Preface. You just checked your phone. Maybe not this exact second, but in the last few minutes. And here's what I want you to sit with before we go anywhere together. You don't fully know why. There was no notification, you didn't decide to. Your thumb moved on its own, and your eyes went to the screen the way a starving man's eyes go to a window, hoping, and if there was something there, a match, a message, a name, a little number and a red circle, something in your chest loosened for a second. And if there was nothing, something in your chest closed, and you locked the phone already knowing you'd check it again in 3 minutes. I did that for 20 years. I want to tell you how I finally stopped, but first I have to tell you who I am, because my particular story carries a message that I think you need more than almost anyone, and it's this. It is not going to be fixed by what you think is going to fix it. Here's what I mean. I am, by every measure the world hands out, a successful man. I'm a software engineer. I have a master's degree. I graduated near the top of my class. I got the job I dreamed about when I was a kid, drawing computers in the margins of my notebooks, and it pays me more money than the 14-year-old version of me could have imagined was real. That number matters to this story, so hold on to it. Because at 14 I was invisible. Broke, no status, no girl who would look at me twice. And I did what a wounded boy does. I found a reason. And the reason I chose was my face. I decided I was ugly, that this was the whole explanation, and then I made myself a promise that organized the next 20 years of my life. I would become so successful that it wouldn't matter. I would win so hard at everything else that women would finally have to choose me. I would buy back, with achievement, the worth I was sure my face had cost me. And I did it. That's the part one needs you to really hear. Because if you're a man who is still climbing, still telling yourself that the promotion or the body or the money is the thing standing between you and being wanted, I am the ghost of Christmas future, and I'm here to tell you the house at the top of that hill is empty. I climbed the whole thing. I got the degree, the title, the salary, the apartment, the car, the credit score, the whole resume of a man who has arrived. And I'm 35 years old and single, and 8 months ago a woman I had exchanged 11 text messages with, whom I had never met in person, went quiet for a day and I could not eat. A stranger's silence, at 35, with everything I'd built, could still reach into my chest and turn off the lights. That is the disease this book is about. Not being single, not your looks, not your bank account. The disease is that somewhere a long time ago you handed the deed to your own worth to women, all of them, any of them, and you have been refreshing your phone ever since, waiting to find out from them whether you're allowed to feel okay. 3 things before we start, the same 3 I'd say to you across a table. First, I'm going to be more honest than is comfortable. About myself, most of all. I'm going to tell you about the apps I deleted and reinstalled so many times I lost count. The 2 a.m. reinstalls, the shame of it. I'm going to tell you about chasing one particular kind of beautiful woman, my whole adult life, and ending up, again and again, with women I didn't even want, and what that did to them and to me, and it's not flattering to me, and I'm going to tell you anyway. I'm going to tell you about my family, sitting at the dinner table while I stared at a screen, and the thing my mother finally said. I'm not going to flatter you either, because a man who needs to be flattered is exactly the man this whole machine was built to feed on, and I refuse to be one more voice telling you you're wonderful so you'll keep listening. Second, this is not a book that hates women, and if that's the drug you came here for, go, honestly, There are 1,000 channels that will sell it to you by the hour, and I hope you find your way out of their feed too someday. The women in this story are not villains. Most of them never knew what they were to me. That was the sickness itself. That they had a power over me they never asked for, and mostly never knew they held. My problem was never women. My problem was that I had made women into a court, and myself into a defendant, and I spent 20 years waiting for a verdict that, it turns out, they were never actually qualified to give. Because the only court that can rule on your worth has been inside your own chest the entire time, with the bench empty, waiting for you to sit down. Third, and this is the only promise I'll make, there is a way out. It is real. It is grounded in how a human brain actually breaks a compulsion and rebuilds a self, not in slogans, and I walked it. I'm on the far side now. I'm still 35, still single, and I want you to notice that I did not say, and then I met the perfect woman and she completed me, because that ending would be one more lie in a genre full of them. The ending is better than that. The ending is that my phone is boring now, that a woman not texting back is a Tuesday, that I found out who I am when absolutely no one is clapping, and I can tell you, brother, that is the richest a man can be, and it costs you nothing but the courage to stop asking the wrong people the wrong question. Here's the map. First, I'll show you the bet I made at 14 and how I won it and what winning cost me, because you may be making the same bet right now. Then the machine, the one in your pocket and the one in your head, exactly how it works and why it owns you. Then the wreckage. Then my honest detour through the manosphere, the black pill that was waiting for a man like me, with a lie tailored to my exact wound. And then the whole way out, comprehensively, every tool, in the order they actually worked. Skip nothing. It starts with a boy in front of a mirror, deciding it was his face. Let me take you back there, because that boy made a decision that ran my life. And you probably have a boy like him in your past too, and we're going to need to go find him. Chapter 1. What's wrong with me? I want to start not at the beginning, but in the middle of the sickness, on an ordinary Wednesday about a year before I got out, because I need you to see the machine running at full speed inside a successful man's life before we go back and dig up where it was built. So picture the day. I woke at 6:40, and before my eyes were fully open, my right hand had already crossed the bed to the nightstand and brought the phone to my face. And I want you to notice that I did not decide to do that, the way you do not decide for your heart to beat. The screen lit up my face in the dark. The overnight tally. 2 matches on one app, none on the other. A like on a photo. And rah. The thing I was really looking for. Nothing from her. The woman I'd been talking to for a week. Her name absent from the screen like a missing tooth my tongue kept going back to. And I lay there in the first 90 seconds of my one and only life, and let that absence set the temperature of the whole day before my feet touched the floor. I was 34. Let me tell you who that man was on paper, because the gap between the paper and the 6:40 a.m. reach is the whole story. I was a senior engineer at a company whose name you would recognize, whose apps are maybe on your phone. That morning I would ship code that would run on millions of devices. A junior developer had messaged me the day before to say that a way I'd explained something had finally made a hard concept click for him. Real praise, earned praise, the kind of professional validation that a younger me would have wept for, and I had felt, reading it, a flat little nothing, a gray acknowledgement, like a man being complimented on the wallpaper of a house that's on fire. I owned my apartment. I had a car I'd chosen at 17 as a symbol of everything I'd someday be, sitting in the garage paid off. And that same evening, After that same day of shipping code and mentoring a grateful junior and driving my symbol car home, I sat on the edge of my bed and reinstalled a dating app for what was, honestly, conservatively, the 40th time, because a notification-shaped hole had been aching under my sternum since noon and I could not think past it. I watched the little download bar fill up in the dark. I want you to sit with that image, because I'm going to come back to it. A grown, accomplished man, alone in a room he owns, watching a progress bar fill, the way a junkie watches a spoon. Let me tell you about the delete reinstall cycle in full, because it is the most humiliating and most universal pattern I know, and if you've lived it, you have never once heard anyone describe it out loud, and you are about to feel painfully seen, and that is good. Stay in it. It goes like this. You hit a small bottom, a woman ghosts you mid-conversation, or you catch yourself having checked the app 11 times during a movie you were supposedly excited to watch, or you see your own screen time number, and a clean, bright flame of self-respect goes up in you, real and hot, and you delete the apps. All of them. Long press, the icons start to shake, the little X, gone, 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 and it feels incredible. It feels like standing up out of dirty water. For about 3 days, you walk taller. You tell friends, unprompted, that you got off the apps, they're a scam, they're designed to keep you on them, you're focusing on yourself now, and you mean it. God, you mean it. And then day 4 arrives, or day 6, and the itch starts. And here is the genius of the thing. The itch does not show up wearing the face of craving, because if it did, you could refuse it. It shows up wearing the face of reason. It says, what if the woman from before, the good one, is trying to reach you right now and can't? It says, you're being extreme, black and white, that's a cognitive distortion. A healthy adult can have an app on his phone. It says, deleting them was the dramatic overreaction. Reinstalling is actually the mature, secure, non-avoidant move. Listen to how reasonable your disease is. It has a graduate degree. It knows the therapy words. And you reinstall it, and it's always late, and you're always alone, and there is a very specific and terrible flavor of shame in watching that download bar fill for the 40th time. The shame of a man who has already had this precise argument with himself 39 times and lost every single one, and then the app opens and your old profile is still there, waiting, patient as a spider, and you're back. And the cruelest part, the part that welds the cage shut, is that sometimes there's a message waiting. And the relief of that message is so total, so physical, so much larger than the situation deserves, that it reaches back in time and retroactively justifies the entire relapse. See? It says, good thing you came back. And the loop laughs and settles in for another month. I did that for years. Not a rough patch. Not a phase. Years. And underneath the cycle, all day, every day, one question ran on a loop in the back of my skull. And I suspect it is running in yours right now. And it felt like the deepest, most honest, most searching question I could possibly ask. And it was, in fact, the bars of the cell. The question was, what is wrong with me? Why can other men, lesser men I am smarter and more accomplished than, do this so casually while I bleed? Why does a woman not answering a text land on my body like an actual blow, a real drop in my actual stomach? Why, with everything I have built, everything I have proven, am I still this, a man refreshing a screen in the dark, still, at 34, exactly as I was at 14 against a wall? What is wrong with me? I want to do something with that question right now in this first chapter that took me 20 years and a great deal of pain to be able to do, because the entire book swings on this hinge. I want to tell you that the question itself is the trap, not a symptom of the trap. The trap. Here is what I mean, and it's the first real piece of psychology I'll hand you, because I promised mechanisms, not affirmations. When you ask, "What is wrong with me?" you are doing two things underneath the words, and you don't notice either of them. The first, you are assuming you are a broken machine that could, if correctly diagnosed, be repaired, and would then, once repaired, finally earn the validation and be at peace, which quietly keeps your eyes fixed on the validation as the prize. It keeps the whole game running. It just recasts you from player to project. And the second thing, the darker one, what is wrong with me, is itself an act of handing the gavel to someone else. It assumes there is a correct answer out there, a spec you are failing to meet, a standard defined by the women, the market, the world, and that if you could just discover what they want and reshape yourself into it, you would be issued your worth like a passing grade. The question keeps the judge outside your own body. It keeps you standing in the dock, cap in hand, asking the court to please tell you what to become so it will finally acquit you. A man who is actually free does not ask what is wrong with him, not because he thinks he's flawless, but because he has stopped believing that the verdict on his worth is pending somewhere outside his own skin, waiting to be handed down by people who were never qualified to rule on it. The goal of this book is not to finally answer what's wrong with me. The goal is to make the question dissolve, to walk the judge home from the courthouse and sit him down in the empty chair inside your own chest where he was always supposed to sit. I'm telling you this now so that every time that question surfaces in the chapters ahead, and it will, you'll hear the clank of the bars in it. Now the part one most need you to feel, because it is the part that makes this urgent and not merely sad. The thing that finally frightened me into changing when nothing else could. The deadening. By 34, the loop had done something to me that is worse than the wanting. And it is the most under-discussed casualty of this entire epidemic, so I'm going to name it precisely. Do you know the word anhedonia? It means the inability to feel pleasure, and I had it, selectively, surgically, everywhere except the slot machine. The promotion I'd chased for 3 years came through, and I felt a flat gray checkmark. Next. A hobby I used to lose entire Saturdays inside, building things for the sheer joy of building, I could no longer make myself begin. I'd sit down to it and feel the pull of the phone like a tide and give up. Food had become fuel I ate while scrolling. Music was a thing I played to cover silence so I could concentrate on refreshing. A friend's good news, my own good news. A genuinely beautiful morning with light coming through the window a certain way. All of it arrived muffled, behind glass, at low volume, while the single thing on earth that could still spike me into feeling vividly, undeniably alive, was a woman's name appearing on a screen. And that is not a metaphor, and it is not weakness, it is neurology. And understanding it is a load-bearing part of the way out, so hold it. I had trained my brain across 20 years and something like 100,000 refreshes to source its reward almost entirely from one place. Fast, cheap, unpredictable, digital validation. And a brain that has learned to get its dopamine from one fast, cheap source stops bothering to manufacture it for the slow, expensive, real ones. Why would it build a fire the hard way when there's a lighter right there in your pocket? So the capacity to be moved by a sunrise, a symphony, an hour of good work, the love of your own family, quietly atrophies, like a muscle you stopped using, while the one loop gets stronger and stronger. That is the real theft. Not just that I was chained to a screen. That I had become a man for whom nothing else in a life full of things most men would trade years for could compete with a notification. I had built a beautiful life I was no longer able to feel, wrapped around one ugly little loop I could not stop feeling, and I sat inside it at 34, genuinely unable to understand how a man who had done everything right had ended up this poor. The answer, the real one, was not in my phone, and not in my face, and not in the women who would not text back. It was in a decision a boy made 2 decades earlier, alone, in a few seconds, and until I went back and found that boy, and understood what he had actually decided, and how completely I had built my life on top of his mistake, I was going to keep asking what's wrong with me, and keep watching the download bar fill, forever. So that's where we're going next, all the way back, to a school gym with terrible lighting, and a wall, and the 10 seconds that ran my life. Chapter 2. The boy who decided it was his face. I was 14. I can still put myself in that gym. The lights were the flat, fluorescent kind. They never fully turned down, so the dance was really just the ordinary school gym, with a folding table of sodas and a rented speaker, and everyone knew it, and everyone pretended not to. It smelled like industrial floor cleaner, and, over the top of that, a cloud of body spray, so thick you could taste it, that specific chemical smell of 100 teenagers trying, all at once, to be wanted. The boys stood along one wall. The girls moved in clusters near the middle, and the clusters had a gravity to them, and certain boys could walk into that gravity and be absorbed, and certain boys could not, and I already knew, at 14, standing with my back against the painted cinder block, feeling the cold of it through my shirt, which kind I was. I had a girl I thought about. I'm not going to pretend it was love. It was a 14-year-old's obsession, but it was the realest thing in my life at the time, and I had rehearsed, for weeks, walking up to her, and I had a sentence ready, and I stood against that wall for what was probably 90 minutes, and could not make my body cross the floor. And then I watched a boy named Kyle do it, without rehearsing anything. Kyle was not smarter than me. I want to be precise about that, because it mattered enormously to me then, and it's important to the story. In the one class we shared, I routinely watched Kyle fail to understand things I found easy. He was not, as far as I could tell, a better person. He could be careless, a little cruel. But Kyle walked into the gravity like it was nothing, and the girl I'd been rehearsing for looked up at him and laughed, that real, unguarded, thrown-back laugh, and he took her hand, and they went out onto the floor, and I stood against the cold wall and watched, and something in my chest did a thing I can only describe as closing, like a shop pulling down its shutter, and that, right there, was the moment the wound was made. But here's the thing I most need you to understand, the thing it took me 2 decades to see. The wound is not the interesting part. Every boy gets some version of that gem. Rejection, invisibility, the humiliation of wanting and not being chosen, that's just the price of admission to being human, and if that were the whole story, I'd have healed like most people heal. The part that ran my entire life was not the wound. It was what I did in the next 10 seconds. Because a human mind cannot tolerate a pain it can't explain. Pain without a cause isn't just painful, it's chaos, it's unbearable, and so the mind reaches out and grabs the nearest available explanation the way a falling man grabs the nearest branch. And it does not much matter, in that moment, whether the branch is true. It matters that it holds. And standing against that cinder block wall at 14, I reached out into the dark and grabbed the branch that would hold me and poison me for the next 20 years. I decided it was my face. I did it fast, and I did it thoroughly. I stood there and I cataloged myself like an appraiser marking down a house. The nose, too big, I'd always known it. The skin, the fact that I was thin and hadn't grown into whatever I was going to be, all elbows. And I looked at Kyle, who was none of those things, and I completed the equation with the terrible clean certainty that only a boy in pain can manage. Girls don't choose me because I am ugly, and they chose Kyle because he isn't. That's it. That's the whole thing. Case closed. And I carried that verdict home, and I took it into the bathroom, and I stood in front of the mirror, and I want to tell you about the mirror because that mirror became a place I visited for years, a confessional in reverse, where instead of being forgiven, I resentenced myself, standing there turning my face at angles, cataloging, confirming, building the case against myself in higher and higher resolution. That night at 14 was the first session. There would be thousands. Now I want to tell you why that specific explanation, "it's my face," was so seductive, because understanding this genuinely saved my life. And you grabbed a branch too, standing against your own wall, and yours is probably still holding you right now, and we need to see it clearly. There were two reasons, and they are both darker than they look. The first reason I'm ugly took hold is that it was, incredibly, the least painful explanation available to me, and I know how insane that sounds. How is I am ugly the merciful option? But follow it. If the reason no one chose me was my face, then the reason was not me. Not the real me, not my mind, not my heart, not my personality, not the question of whether I was, at my core, a lovable human being. A face is almost like a coat. It's an exterior. It's a piece of bad luck that got draped over the real me, and the real me, the essential me, could stay safe and hidden and blameless behind it. Do you see the trade? The looks explanation let me keep my actual self out of the courtroom, because the alternative explanation, the one crouching in the dark underneath, the one I absolutely could not survive looking at when I was 14, was this. Maybe there is something wrong with who I actually am. Maybe I am, in some deep and unfixable way, not lovable. And that was so annihilating that "it's just my face" arrived like mercy. It was a place to set the pain down that didn't require me to face the abyss. Millions of men do exactly this, and it's worth knowing the whole family of branches, because maybe yours isn't the face. Maybe you grabbed your height, your money, your baldness, your race, your accent, your social class, the fact that you were awkward, the fact that you were poor. Every one of those explanations does the identical job. It locates the wound somewhere specific and external, so you never have to stand at the edge of the formless terror underneath, which is always, underneath every one of them, the same sentence. I'm afraid I'm not worth loving. The specific cope is a genuine mercy at 14. It is a prison by 34. The second reason "it's my face" was so seductive is even more important, because it's the reason it didn't just sit there as a sad belief, but became the engine of my entire life. The looks explanation came with a built-in future. A face, a body, a status, those feel, if not fixable, then at least offsettable, out-earnable, compensable. If the true problem had been my unlovable soul, well, what does a boy even do with that? Where's the gym for that? But a deficiency of looks or money or status hands you a mission, and a boy drowning in a formless void will grab a mission the way he grabbed the branch, gratefully, because a mission is something to do with the pain. And so my explanation didn't just tell me why I hurt, it handed me a plan. The plan was, overcome it. Become so much, achieve so much, win so hard everywhere else, that the face stops mattering, that they have to choose you anyway. And I made myself a vow, standing at that mirror, maybe not in these exact words, but unmistakably in this shape. I will become so successful, so accomplished, so undeniable, that women will have no choice but to want me. I will win every other arena so completely that I win this one too. And here is what I need you to see, because it's the whole tragedy in one turn. That vow felt like strength. It felt like the single healthiest thing a hurt boy could possibly do. Ambition, discipline, self-improvement, turning pain into fuel. And for the next 15 years, every adult in my life, every teacher, every relative would applaud it, would hold me up as the example, the focused one, the one who was going places. Nobody, not one person, would ever identify it for what it actually was, which was the disease putting on a suit and going to work. Because look at what the vow actually did underneath the applause. It did not question the premise. It swallowed, whole and forever, the thing a devastated 14-year-old had decided in 10 seconds against a wall. That my worth was a verdict, and that women were the court that issued it. The vow didn't free me from that court. It just fired my ugly face as my defense attorney and hired achievement instead, and vowed to build a better case. The judge stayed exactly where he'd always been, external, female, robed, gavel raised over my head. I would spend the next 20 years submitting exhibits to that court. Brilliant exhibits, degrees and titles and salaries. And I would never once notice that the court had never actually been in session, because the only judge with real jurisdiction over my worth was a 14-year-old boy at a mirror who had already banged the gavel down and pronounced the defendant guilty. And you cannot appeal a verdict that is being reissued, nightly, from inside your own skull. Let me tell you what those teenage years actually became, because I want the young men listening, the ones standing against that wall this year, to hear it precisely. I stopped trying, socially, in the specific way that looks like giving up but is really a form of armor. I poured myself into the one arena that reliably paid me back, which was school, computers, screens, systems, worlds where effort produced clean results and no one had to look at my face to hand me the win. And I told myself, and it was half true and half a lie, that this was focus, discipline, that the other boys were wasting themselves on girls while I built a future. The half that was true is that I did build real skills. The half that was a lie, the load-bearing half, is that the engine underneath was not ambition. It was avoidance wearing ambition's clothes. I was hiding from the one arena I was terrified of by excelling in the arena where I felt safe, and I was calling the hiding a virtue, and everyone agreed. Every year that passed without a girl choosing me got filed as more evidence, another exhibit, another line in the case, so that by the time I left for university, I was not just a boy with a wound. I was a fully constructed identity built on top of the wound, the smart, ugly one, the one who'd win later, who'd show them all, whose revenge on that gym floor would be a life so undeniably successful that every girl who'd look past him would someday have to look again. And there was one more thing those teenage years built, quietly, in the dark, that mattered more than any of it, though I would not understand why for 20 years. Somewhere around 15, 16, I discovered that there was a place where I could talk to girls. Not in the gym, not across a classroom, not anywhere my face could sink me. Online. The chat rooms of that era, Yahoo, The MSN Messenger windows glowing in a dark bedroom at 1 in the morning, that little sound when a message came in. And I need you to understand what those were to a boy who believed his face was the whole problem, because it was nothing short of a miracle. In a chat window, a girl could not see me. There was no face to reject. There was only my words, my wit, the one part of me I actually trusted. And for the first time in my life, girls responded to me. They laughed at my jokes. They stayed up talking to me. Some of them said things that made the clenched thing in my chest, clenched since that gym, unclench a little in the blue light. I thought I had found a miraculous workaround. I had actually found the exact blueprint of my future prison. Because the lesson that boy absorbed, night after night in that glow, the lesson that would go on to run my entire life, was this. The screen is where it is safe to be wanted. Real rooms have my face in them, and my face gets me rejected. Screens have only my words, and behind a screen I can finally be chosen. I laid that wiring down at 16, feeling saved by it. 20 years later, I would be a grown man, reaching for the same lit screen in the same dark for the exact same reason. And by then, it would not feel like salvation. It would feel like drowning. But the wire was laid early, and it was laid deep. The first night a girl I could not see typed back. And I had, folded up inside that identity, a specific fantasy. And I'm embarrassed to tell you, but I promised I would tell you everything. A fantasy of one particular kind of beautiful woman. The exact kind who never looked at me, finally seeing me, finally choosing me, and how that would feel, how it would land in my chest like a key turning in a lock I'd been rattling since I was 14. Hold on to that fantasy woman. She is going to move through this whole book like a ghost, and eventually I am going to have to tell you the truth about her, which is that she was never a woman at all. She was a wound wearing a face. At 18, leaving home, I knew none of this. At 18, I just had the vow, gleaming in a real gift for the thing that would fulfill it, and a certainty, total and unshakable, that success would buy back everything my face had cost me. So I went and got the success. All of it. And that part is genuinely a triumph, an underdog's climb, and I'm going to tell it to you the way I lived it. With real pride, before I show you the trapdoor waiting at the top of the stairs. Chapter 3. The Great Bet. Every man in this trap has made a bet, and I want to name it plainly, because you have almost certainly made a version of it, and you probably don't experience it as a bet. It doesn't feel like gambling. It feels like a plan. It feels like simply how life works, like maturity, like ambition. The bet is this. I will fix my worth by acquiring something. When I finally have the thing, when I have the money, the body, the title, the car, the number, the girl, then I will be enough. Then the ache will finally close. Then I will be a man who is allowed to feel okay about himself. Every man in the validation trap is running some version of that bet. And the strange gift of my particular life, the reason my testimony is worth your hours, is that I am one of the rare ones who got to collect on the bet in full. I placed it, and I won it, all of it. And so I get to come back down the mountain and stand in front of you and describe as an eyewitness what is actually up there at the summit you're killing yourself to reach. My bet was success. Total, measurable, documented, undeniable success. And I want to walk you through winning it honestly. Because the winning was real, and the pride was earned, and if you don't believe that the winning was real, then you'll dismiss everything I'm about to tell you as the sour grapes of a man who failed. I did not fail I want that established like a foundation. I succeeded. Completely. At exactly the thing I set out to do. And that is precisely what makes what I found at the top worth hearing. I chose computer science, and I chose it for two reasons. One clean, and one that I only understood years later. The clean reason? I loved it. There was, and still is, a specific joy for me in the moment. A system you've built in your head clicks into a shape that works. When the logic closes and the thing runs, and I felt that joy young and chased it honestly. But the second reason, the one underneath, was strategy. And it was pure Jim Wall logic. I had, without quite admitting it to myself, scouted the terrain of adult life the way a general scouts ground, looking for the field where a boy who believed his face had locked certain doors could still win. And software was that field. It was a domain where raw intelligence and raw effort converted into money and status, with less of the social lubrication I was sure I lacked, where the scoreboard was relatively pure, where they cared what you could build far more than how you looked building it. It was, for a boy with my wound, close to the perfect arena, and I walked into it like a man with something to prove, because I was that man, exactly that man, and it made me formidable. I did not have a normal university experience, and I want to be honest about the shape of that, because it looked like discipline and it was also a hiding place. While other students were doing the very thing I ached for and pretended to hold in contempt, the parties, the fumbling romances, the whole messy human apprenticeship of being young, I was in the lab. I was there at hours when the cleaning staff knew me by name. I told myself, and my professors told me, and my parents told everyone, that this was dedication, and part of it was a boy who had decided the arena of women was closed to him, retreating into the arena where he could win, and calling the retreat a strategy. But hear me clearly, it worked. It genuinely worked. I finished near the top of my class. Professors who supervised hundreds of students knew my name and remembered it. I stayed on and did a master's, went deeper, and I made a bet within the bet, choosing to specialize in exactly the corners of the field that were about to become the most valuable in the entire world economy, and I timed it, half by design and half by dumb luck, so that I walked out of graduate school into a market that was starving for precisely and specifically what I had become. And here is the thing the resume hides, the thing not one of my proud professors or relatives ever saw. Through the entire 4 years of my bachelor's and deep into my master's after it, I never once, not a single time, worked up the courage to walk over to a girl in person and simply talk to her. Not once. The lab, the top grades, the formidable young man everyone described, and underneath all of it, a boy so certain of his own rejection that he physically could not cross the room. I would sit in a lecture hall 2 seats away from a girl I thought about for an entire semester and never say one word to her, because saying a word meant letting her see my face, and my face meant the shutter coming down again, like at the gym. And I could not survive that on a loop, so I simply never risked it. Not once in 6 years. And it was made so much worse by what university forces you to watch up close, which is the other kind of man operating, the confident ones. The ones who walked up to girls at parties like it cost them nothing, and who I could not even comfort myself by calling stupid, because I knew for a fact several of them were not, and who were being chosen constantly, casually, easily, while I carried my perfect transcript back to an empty room. Every one of them was another Kyle, another exhibit, another proof filed into the case against my face. And so I did the only thing that had ever worked, the thing I'd learned at 16. I went back to the screen. Still the chat windows, and by then the early messaging apps. Still the safe blue glow where a girl couldn't see me and I could finally be quick and funny and wanted, and I told myself it counted. That these long conversations with girls I would never actually meet were a kind of practice, a kind of dating, a kind of progress. They were not practice. They were the precise opposite of practice. They were the thing that let me avoid the practice for another decade while feeling, the whole time, like I wasn't avoiding anything. Every hour I spent being charming to a girl through a screen was an hour I did not spend learning to survive, being seen by one in a room. The screen was never building the skill. The screen was the anesthetic that let me keep not building it comfortably for years. And then the day came that the whole climb had been for. The offer. From a company with a name that makes people's eyebrows go up, the kind of place that had been abstract and impossible when I was a kid drawing computers in the margins of my notebooks. I remember exactly where I was when I read the offer letter, and I remember the salary number, and I remember reading it over and over in my cheap grad student apartment, out loud once, just to hear it in the air, and I remember the feeling, which was, for one clean and genuine hour, the feeling of the vow being fulfilled. It's done. The boy against the wall can finally rest. I called my parents, and I heard my father go quiet on the phone, in the particular way he went quiet when something moved him too much to say, and I heard my mother crying, and at the next family gathering the relatives who had, over the years, made the small comments, when is he going to loosen up? All that studying, what about a social life? Those relatives went silent and then effusive, and I ate that silence and that praise like a starving man. Because that, too, was validation, and I had won it. The money came, and kept coming, and I did what an anxious person does with money. I attacked the loans and killed them fast, and then there was surplus, real surplus for the first time in my life. And I bought the things. I got the good apartment. I bought the car I had chosen at 17 as a symbol of the man I'd become. And I want to tell you that driving it off the lot delivered a hit of that same clean feeling, arrival, proof, see. And I want to tell you that the hit faded faster than any hit before it, and that I did not yet notice the pattern, because I was too busy lining up the next acquisition. The watch, the furniture, each thing a small exhibit. My social status, the thing I had spent my whole life certain I lacked, was now, by any honest external measure, high. On paper, on a dating profile, in the private assessment of any parent sizing up a potential son-in-law, I had become, almost overnight, a catch. The invisible boy had built himself, plank by plank, into a visible, valuable, desirable man. I had done the impossible thing. I had outbuilt my own face. Now I need to be very precise here, more precise than I've been, because this is where the real lesson lives, and it is subtle enough that if I'm sloppy, you'll take the wrong thing from it. The success was good. Let me say that as clearly as I know how, because I do not want a single young man to hear this book as permission to stop climbing, to stop building, to let himself go soft and broke, and call it enlightenment. The degree was good. The skill is good. I love my craft to this day. The money gave me security, options, the ability to help my parents in ways that mattered, a foundation under my feet that I would not trade back for anything. The discipline it took to get all of it made me, in real ways, a stronger man. The pursuit of excellence is one of the best things a man can do with his life. I need you to hold that in one hand, and in the other hand hold this. The problem was never that I pursued success. The problem was the secret clause I had signed underneath the success at 14 in the dark, that no one else could see. The clause that said, "And this will make women want me, and their wanting me will finally make me worth something." I had not pursued success as one good thing among many good things in a full life. I had pursued it as a ransom, as the payment that would finally free the hostage. And the hostage was my own sense of my own worth, taken captive when I was 14, and I had spent 20 years in extraordinary effort raising the ransom, and I was about to discover the thing that every man who pays this particular ransom discovers, the thing I now most want to save you from having to learn the way I learned it. When you pay a ransom to buy your worth back from external validation, the kidnapper takes the money and does not release the hostage. It cannot. That's not how it works. It simply pockets the payment and raises the demand. But I did not know that yet. At 25, holding the offer letter and the car keys and the whole gleaming future. At 25, I was standing at the exact summit I had been climbing toward since the gym wall, flushed with a completely reasonable expectation, the expectation the entire bet had always been built on, that now, the other thing would finally come. That with the status secured and the money flowing and the resume undeniable, the women would follow, and not just any women, but the specific validation I had been starving for since 14, the beautiful one finally choosing the boy who'd been passed over, the wound at last closing with a click like a key in a lock. I had held up my end of the deal completely. I had made myself undeniable, and now, surely, the world owed me the payout. I want you to sit inside that expectation with me for one more moment, because it is the single most dangerous moment in a striving man's whole life, the moment right before the promised payout is supposed to arrive, when everything, your entire theory of yourself, your whole explanation for 2 decades of pain, your only plan for becoming okay, is riding on what happens next. I was so certain I had done everything right. I had earned it, every bit of it, honestly. And then the world handed me its answer, and the answer did not match the promise, and the gap between what I had been guaranteed and what I actually received is the exact size and shape of the hole I would spend the next 10 years of my life trying and failing to fill with my thumb. Let me tell you about the prize that wasn't there. Chapter 4. The prize that wasn't there. Here is what I expected. I expected that becoming successful would work like a key in a lock. That I would show up in the world as this new, high-status version of myself, and the validation would simply flow toward me, and that women would somehow sense the change and respond to it, and that the responding would fill the hole, close the wound, and finally let the boy against the gym wall exhale after 20 years of holding his breath. That was the entire theory of my life. It had never once been tested against reality, because for 20 years reality had always been, "Not yet, keep climbing." Now at last, the climbing was done and the theory was going to be tested, and I need to tell you exactly how the test went, because reality took my theory and broke it into 3 clean pieces, and each piece taught me something I was completely unequipped to understand at the time. The first piece, the validation, when it finally came, did not fill the hole. And this was the most disorienting break of all, because I could not blame it on scarcity. I could not tell myself I just wasn't getting enough, because I was getting some now. The new status did open some doors that had been bolted my whole life. There were women now, in my mid-20s, who were interested, who responded, who chose me. And I want to tell you with clinical precision what happened inside me when they did. Because It is the strangest and most load-bearing observation in this entire book. It felt good for about a day, and then it evaporated completely and left me exactly as hungry as I had been before, sometimes hungrier. Let me give you a real one. There was a woman early on after the job who was by every measure a genuine success of my new status, smart and warm and clearly into me. And I remember the night it became undeniable that she wanted me, the specific text, and I remember lying in bed reading it and feeling the hit, the yes, the verdict I had been chasing since 14, delivered at last, and I remember thinking, this is it, this is the thing, I made it. And I want to tell you that when I woke up the next morning, the feeling was simply gone. Not faded, gone, as if it had never happened, as if the account had been zeroed out overnight, and by noon I was refreshing a different app looking for the next one. A woman I would have wept with gratitude for at 19, wanting me at 26, bought me less than 24 hours of relief. And this terrified me, quietly, in a place I didn't look at directly because it meant the thing I had bet my entire life on. The belief that being wanted would make me okay might simply not be true, and if it wasn't true, then I had no other plan, no backup theory, no other idea of how a man becomes okay. So I did what an addict does when the dose stops working. I did not question whether the drug was the answer. I concluded I needed a bigger dose. More of it. Better ones. Higher quality ones. And I went looking, and the looking is the whole rest of the story. The second piece, and this is the one you specifically need, the one you asked to hear about without knowing you asked. I have to tell you who actually showed up. Because the fantasy, remember the fantasy woman from the last chapter, was a specific kind of beautiful, the exact kind who had ignored me, finally choosing me. That was the payout I believed I had earned with 20 years of work. And that is not, by and large, who came. The women who actually responded to the new me, who wanted me, who were kind to me and available and real, were mostly ordinary, regular women. Some of them genuinely lovely, warm, funny, intelligent, interested in me as an actual human being and not as a resume. And I am going to confess to you the thing I felt when they offered me that, because it is ugly and it is common and almost no man will say it out loud. I felt disappointment. Sometimes something closer to contempt. And I am ashamed of it, and I am telling you anyway because the shame is useless and the truth is the medicine. There was a woman named Dana. I'll tell you more about Dana later, because I owe her a fuller accounting than I can give here, but she belongs in this chapter too, because Dana was, by any sane measure, wonderful, and Dana wanted me, really wanted me, the actual me, and I spent our entire time together with one eye on the door and one thumb on the phone, looking past her, waiting for someone better, someone who would count. And the reason I could not receive what Dana offered was not that Dana wasn't enough. It was that Dana's wanting me did not heal the boy at the gym wall, because the boy at the gym wall was never in pain over kind, warm, ordinary women. He was in pain over the beautiful ones who looked past him, and only their choosing could settle the account. So a good woman offering me real love registered to the wound as counterfeit currency, the wrong denomination, worthless in the only ledger I was keeping. I would date these women half-present, keep them at a careful distance, always scanning past them, and I treated some of them carelessly, and that is a genuine harm I did to real people, and I had to reckon with it, and I will. But understand the mechanism first, because it is the master key to this whole disease. I was not actually looking for a woman. I was looking for a trophy that would heal a wound. And a trophy is not a person, which is exactly why no person could ever be it. And which is why the more a real woman offered me her real, human, imperfect present self, the more cheated I felt, because I had not come for a self. I had come for a verdict, and only one specific kind of woman could issue the verdict I needed, and she was not showing up, and the ones who were showing up I could not even bring myself to see. And the third piece, the deepest one, the one that took me years to reach the bottom of, the reason I couldn't want the women who wanted me was not, at root, about their looks at all. I dressed it up as a looks thing, a standards thing, a she's just not my type thing. But underneath was something the comedian Groucho Marx once said as a joke that is actually one of the truest and darkest sentences ever spoken about a wounded human heart. He said he would refuse to join any club that would have him as a member. Now track what that joke does inside a man who believes, at his very core, since 14, that he is not worth loving. If a woman wants me, then she is a woman who wants a man who is not worth loving. So what does that reveal about her judgment, about her value? Her wanting me becomes, to a man with my wound, evidence against her. It's proof she can't see clearly, or has low standards, or is a little desperate, because if she truly saw me the way I see myself, she would run. And so the only women who could possibly have been valuable enough to heal me were, by ironclad definition, the women who did not want me, because their rejection confirmed their excellent taste, and their choosing would have proved my worth, and their choosing was the one thing the whole system guaranteed I could never get. Do you see the perfect, airless, sealed logic of it? I had built a machine inside myself that could only assign value to what rejected me, and could only be offered what I had been trained to hold in contempt. It was not a dating problem. It was a self-worth catastrophe wearing a dating problem's clothing, and no woman alive, not the fantasy one, not anyone, could have solved it from the outside, because the wound was not out in the world where women live. It was in the chair, inside my own chest, where my sense of my own worth was supposed to sit, and that chair was empty, and I kept trying to fill it by dragging women into it, and a chair meant for you cannot be filled by another person. It can only stay empty, while you keep auditioning people who don't fit it and then resenting them, one after another, for not being the shape of a hole only you could ever fill. So that was the prize that wasn't there. I had climbed the entire mountain, paid the whole ransom, become the exact man I swore at 14 I would become, and I arrived at the summit to discover that the validation would not fill me, the trophy I actually wanted would not come, and the real gifts I was offered I could not receive. Any sane man, presented with evidence this total that his life's central theory was simply wrong, would stop and question the theory. I did not stop and question the theory. And I want to be honest about why. Because it is the same reason you have not stopped, the same reason you are going to feel the pull to reinstall the app, even while you listen to this sentence. Because at the exact moment the old strategy visibly failed, at my most confused and most starving, the infinitely more powerful version of the same slot machine, the one that had been quietly building in my pocket since my early 20s, went from a novelty to the whole answer, offering me the payout on tap, anytime I wanted it, forever. The dating apps, Instagram, Snapchat, an endless, scrolling, glowing feed of women to be validated by, refillable at will. And I looked down at that rectangle of light at the lowest and least clear-eyed moment of my adult life, and I did not think, This is the same trap that has always had me, now with a better engine. I thought, finally, this is my chance. Let me tell you about the day I first felt it hit and how completely it took me. Chapter 5. This is my chance. Let me go back and tell the app story properly, from the start, because it began before that lowest moment, quietly, years earlier. The apps arrived in my early 20s, the way they arrive for a whole generation of men. First as a novelty, a curiosity, a thing you tried because a coworker mentioned it, and then, within what felt like a single year, as the water we all swam in. And I want you to understand the particular way they landed on a man like me, because it was different from how they landed on a Kyle, on a man who had always been chosen. For the naturally chosen man, the apps were a convenience, a new and efficient venue for something he'd always been able to do. For me, for the man who had spent his entire life certain he'd been locked out of the very room where choosing happened, the apps were something else entirely. They were a second chance at the whole game. They were, I genuinely and completely believed, the great equalizer, the thing that would finally let me collect. Here is the exact logic that ran through me, and I want you to hear it because you may be running a version of it right now. On an app, I thought, the thing I had blamed for everything, my face, my presence, my paralyzing inability to walk up to a woman across a room, none of it would matter the way it had in the gym. Because an app was a screen, and I already knew, deep in the wiring I'd laid at 16 in the blue glow of those chat rooms, that the screen was where I could win. On an app I could present the built version of myself, the whole resume, the career, the education, the wit that died in my throat in person but flowed out of my fingers in text. On an app I could be the man I'd constructed instead of the boy I still felt like. Here at last, the successful man could be seen, and the invisible boy could cash the check he'd been forging for 20 years. I remember making my first profile with the precise feeling of a man loading a weapon he has spent his whole life building. This is it. This is where it all pays off. This is my chance. And here is the cruelest thing, the thing that makes this trap so much more vicious than the old clean rejection of the gym. It paid off just enough. If the apps had simply rejected me the way that Jim had, coldly and completely, they might have forced me, eventually, to turn around and face the real wound. But they did not reject me completely. They gave me a taste. The first match, that little celebratory animation when two people have chosen each other, hit me at 23, 24, like nothing I had ever felt in my life, and I need you to understand the magnitude of it for a man who had been starving since 14. Because if you've never been that starved, you'll think I'm exaggerating, and I am not. It was not a small pleasure. It was a revelation. It was a door blowing open. Someone, a real woman out there in the actual world, had looked at me and chosen yes. The verdict I had been waiting for since I was a boy, delivered into my hand, instantly, with a sound and a burst of color engineered by professionals, to feel exactly as good as it felt. I lay in my bed and looked at that first match, and I felt the boy against the gym wall lift his head for the first time in a decade. I thought, it's happening. Everything I built is finally working. But of course it was not a door opening onto a room. It was a slot machine paying out its first small jackpot to a brand new gambler, which is the single most dangerous thing that can happen to a man, because the house knows something the gambler does not. The house knows the first win is the hook. The first win is not a gift. It is bait, and it is calibrated. I did not know, at 23, glowing in the dark at my first match, that I had just taken the first hit of a drug that would run my life for the next 11 years. I thought I had found the solution. I had in fact found the most sophisticated delivery system for my exact poison ever devised by human beings, and I had found it at the precise moment when the old poison, the pursuit of success, had just visibly failed to cure me, so that I was maximally hungry, maximally confused, maximally convinced I just needed more, and now holding, for the first time in history, a device that could dose me on demand, in bed, in line, at work, at 3 in the morning, forever. Let me describe how it escalated, because it follows a pattern you will recognize in your own life, and naming the stages matters. At first it was occasional and thrilling, a new toy, a source of hope. Then it became a habit, a few times a day, a pleasant, compulsive little ritual. And then, and this is the exact moment a behavior crosses the line from use into addiction, so watch for it in yourself, the checking detached from any actual goal. I stopped checking the apps in order to date, and started checking the apps in order to check. The dates, when they happened, were almost beside the point, and often disappointing, often the ordinary women I could not let myself want. And I noticed, dimly, that I would sometimes feel a small letdown when a conversation went well enough to require actually meeting, because meeting was work and risk in my face, whereas the match, the message, the little glow of being chosen, that was the pure drug, clean, safe, infinite, and it had nothing to do with any particular woman at all. I would get a match and feel the surge and never message her. Hundreds of times. I did not want her. I wanted the ruling. The match was a verdict of not guilty that I could summon on demand, and I summoned it, and each one meant less than the last, so I summoned it more. And the other machines folded in, each one a different flavor of the same drug. Instagram, where the currency was likes and story views and the DM, and where I learned to post in ways calculated to maximize the flow of female attention and then to sit and refresh and count it. Snapchat, the streaks, the little icons that told you who had opened your message and how fast. A whole second language of being noticed. I had, by my late 20s, an array of slot machines, each offering the same fundamental hit. Someone chose you, someone noticed you, someone wants you, in a slightly different wrapper, and my attention moved between them all day long like a rat moving between levers in a cage, and I told myself the entire time the thing every addict tells himself, that I was in control, that I could stop whenever I wanted, that this was simply how modern life worked, that everyone did it, that it was normal. It was normal. That was the horror of it. The whole civilization had been enrolled in the same experiment, so my symptoms looked like the weather. And here is the quietest theft of all, the one I didn't notice for years. The apps became my entire romantic life, while my actual romantic life, the one that happens in rooms, with faces, went completely untouched. This is the trap that a screen-raised man is most vulnerable to, so hear it clearly. Because I was always, constantly, technically doing something about my loneliness, always matching, always chatting, always in some thread with some woman, I felt like I was in the game, active, trying, and so the deep engine of change, the pain of being alone that is supposed to eventually force a man to do the terrifying real thing, to walk across a real room and risk a real rejection with his real face, that engine never fired, because the apps kept it just soothed enough. The checking was methadone. It delivered enough of the feeling of pursuing women to kill the desperation that might have driven me to actually pursue one, in person, where it counted. So I could spend an entire year, very active in my dating life, and not have a single real thing happen, because the machine let me run in place, sweating, exhausted, going nowhere, feeling the whole time like I was moving. That is the cruelest efficiency of it. It doesn't just waste the time you spend on it. It absorbs the very energy, the loneliness, the longing that would otherwise have pushed you toward a real life, and it burns that energy as fuel for itself, so that the more you use it, the less you're driven to escape it, and a man can lose a decade that way, busy, active, trying, and utterly still. And here is where my own profession turns the knife in my hand, because I have to tell you the truth about what these machines actually are, and I can tell you not as a victim guessing from the outside, but as one of the people who was, professionally, on the inside building them. Because a few years into this, my job, my literal salary job, was building engagement systems. And I understood, in exact technical detail, that the pull-to-refresh gesture is deliberately designed to mimic the arm of a slot machine. I understood that notifications are timed and batched and withheld and released according to models optimized for one single outcome, which is to maximize the number of times you pick the device up. I sat in bright conference rooms where intelligent, well-compensated people discussed, with no embarrassment whatsoever, how to increase engagement, which is the industry's clean, laundered word for compulsion, how to exploit precisely the loops that were, at that very moment, eating my own life alive after I clocked out. I knew more than almost any user on Earth about exactly how and why I was being manipulated, down to the code. And I want you to hold that fact very, very close as we go forward, because it demolishes the one thing you are secretly counting on to save you. You are counting on understanding. You believe somewhere that if you can just understand this trap well enough, see it clearly enough, you'll be able to think your way out of it. I am the living proof that you cannot. I understood it at an expert, technical, professional level, and I still watched the download bar fill for the 40th time at 2 in the morning, because the part of the brain these machines capture does not speak the language of understanding. It speaks only the language of reward, and it had been trained, deeply and daily, for years, and no quantity of me knowing better could untrain it, any more than a smoker's knowing the anatomy of a tumor moves his hand away from the pack. Knowing how a trap works does not lift your foot out of the trap. Only a different kind of work does that, work we're going to get to, real work with real mechanisms. But first you have to truly see the machine, both the one in your pocket and the one in your skull, in high resolution, because you cannot dismantle what you experience as a personal failing. You can only dismantle a machine, so let me take the cover off and show you the gears. Chapter 6. The Slot Machine in My Pocket. I'm going to teach you how the machine actually works now, the real mechanism, because I promised you psychology and not slogans, and because I have come to believe that seeing the mechanism in high resolution, while it will not by itself set you free, is the necessary first cut, the thing that moves your struggle out of the realm of shame and into the realm of engineering. You cannot dismantle what you experience as a moral failing. You can only dismantle a machine. So let me prove to you, past all doubt, that it's a machine. Start with a simple question. Why is a slot machine addictive when a vending machine is not? You put money into both. Both give you things. But nobody in the history of the world has ever developed a compulsion to a vending machine. Nobody sits in front of one at 3 in the morning with red eyes, unable to walk away. And the reason why is the single most important concept in this entire book. So I want it to land all the way. A vending machine gives you a reward every single time, reliably. Press B4, get the chips every time, guaranteed. A slot machine gives you a reward sometimes, unpredictably, on a schedule you cannot see or predict. And it turns out, and this was proven in a laboratory almost 100 years ago by a psychologist named B.F. Skinner, that unpredictable rewards are staggeringly more powerful at driving compulsive behavior than reliable ones. Skinner put animals in boxes with levers. When he rigged a lever to give a food pellet on every single press, the animal pressed it only when it was hungry, casually, no urgency, take it or leave it, a vending machine relationship. But when he rigged the lever to pay out on a random, unpredictable schedule, a pellet on the 3rd press, then the 11th, then the 4th, no way to ever know which press would hit, the animals began to press compulsively, frantically, continuously. They would press that lever thousands of times. They would press it until they were exhausted. In some conditions, they would choose pressing the uncertain lever over eating food that was freely available right next to them. He named this the variable ratio reinforcement schedule, and it remains, to this day, the most powerful pattern of reward we have ever discovered for making a behavior nearly impossible to extinguish. And I want you to feel the floor drop out, because here's the thing. It is the exact schedule your phone runs on. Think about what checking for a message from a woman actually is, structurally. You perform an action, you open the app, you pull down to refresh. And sometimes, unpredictably, there is a reward, a match, a message, a like, a story view, her name. And most of the time, there is nothing. You cannot predict which pull will pay out. There is no B4 that reliably delivers. There is only the lever, and the maybe, and the not knowing. And that not knowing is not a flaw in the design, brother. It is the design. The uncertainty is the active ingredient, the way alcohol is the active ingredient in wine. If you knew for a fact there was a message waiting for you, you would check once, calmly, retrieve it, and be done. A vending machine. If you knew for a fact there was nothing, you would not check at all. It is precisely the maybe that makes you check 340 times a day, that makes your hand cross the bed before your eyes open, that makes you walk to the other room to get the phone you deliberately left there. You are not weak. You are a completely normal mammalian nervous system being operated by the most powerful behavioral conditioning schedule known to science, running 24 hours a day in your pocket against your interests for years. Of course you cannot stop. Skinner's animals could not stop, and they were not weak or broken or unlovable. They were simply wired the way all animals are wired, the way you are wired, and the machine was built by people who studied that wiring for a living. Now the second mechanism, and this one explains the specific quality of the misery, the reason that getting the validation never, ever satisfies you the way you're certain it will. There are two different systems in your brain that we sloppily lump together under the word pleasure, and a neuroscientist named Kent Berridge spent a career proving they are separate, and their separateness is the private tragedy of the modern man. He called them wanting and liking. Liking is the actual pleasure of a reward, the warmth, the satisfaction, the enjoyment in the moment of having it. Wanting is the craving, the anticipation, the pull toward a reward before you have it, the reaching. And here is the devastating discovery. They run on different circuits, and dopamine, the chemical everyone name drops, is mostly the fuel of wanting, not liking. Dopamine is not the pleasure chemical, no matter how many times you've heard it called that. Dopamine is the pursuit chemical. It is the neurochemistry of almost, of maybe, of not yet, of reaching. It spikes hardest, not when you receive the reward, but in the anticipation of it, in the seeking. And it spikes hardest of all, Barrage and others showed, under exactly the unpredictable schedule we just talked about. Which means the machines in your pocket are optimized to flood you with wanting, while delivering almost no liking. That refresh, that reach, that scan of the inbox, the held breath before the screen loads, all of that is dopamine. All of that is wanting. And it feels enormous, urgent, more important than anything else in the room. And then when you actually get the message, the liking, the real satisfaction, is thin and brief and gone in seconds. And you are already back in wanting, already reaching for the next. You have been engineered into a state of nearly permanent craving with almost no fulfillment, a man perpetually reaching and never arriving. And that, precisely and exactly that, is what it feels like from the inside to be addicted to female validation. Here is the part nobody tells you. It is not that you are getting too much pleasure from it and need to show some restraint. It is that you are getting almost no pleasure from it and cannot stop seeking it, which is the definition of the very worst kind of trap, the one with high pull and low payoff and no natural stopping point, the one that can eat a whole life without ever once satisfying the man it's eating. And there is a third piece, specific to validation from women, that makes it stickier even than gambling for money, and you have to understand it because it explains the sheer size of the pain. The reward here is another human being's approval, and our brains are wired at the deepest and oldest level to treat social acceptance as a matter of literal life and death. For virtually all of human history, being wanted by others, being included, being chosen, was survival. The tribe that cast you out, you died, alone, in the cold, quickly. There was no surviving exile. So we carry, in the most ancient structures of the brain, a system that treats social acceptance with the same red alert urgency it treats food and water, and treats rejection with the same urgency it treats a predator in the dark. When you get left on read, and feel that physical drop in your actual stomach, that cold spreading feeling, that is not you being dramatic or oversensitive. That is a survival alarm, ancient and enormous, firing off exactly as if you had been cast out of the tribe, because to the old brain, a woman's silence is being cast out of the tribe, is exposure, is death. And the apps have taken that life or death social survival system, the most powerful alarm you own, and wired it to a slot machine, and put it in your pocket, and set it to run on Skinner's schedule, flooding you with dopamine wanting, starving you of liking, and tripping your ancient exile alarm dozens of times a day, every day for years. And there is a fourth gear I have to name, because it's specific to the endless feed, and it compounds all the others, novelty and infinite supply. Your brain evolved in a world where you might meet a few dozen potential mates in a lifetime, and it is wired to find a new face intensely, urgently interesting. Because in that ancestral world, a new mating opportunity was rare and precious and worth a big spike of attention. The apps take that ancient wiring and hand it not a few dozen faces in a lifetime, but a functionally infinite stream, a new one every second, forever, more women in an hour of swiping than a man in a village would have seen in 20 years. And each one triggers that ancestral spike of, "New, pay attention, this could be the one." And the spike fires and fades, and the next face is already there, triggering the next spike endlessly. This is what scientists call a supernormal stimulus. an artificial trigger far stronger than anything nature produced, and it hijacks a system that has no defense against it because it never had to evolve one. It is why you can swipe for an hour and feel simultaneously wired and empty. It is why the woman you're actually talking to can never quite hold you, because the feed is always whispering that a better one, a newer one, the real one, is one more swipe away, so you never fully invest in the person in front of you. You keep one thumb on the endless supply, and the endless supply guarantees you never arrive anywhere, because arriving means stopping, and the machine is built so you never stop. Infinite novelty is not abundance, it is a treadmill disguised as a buffet. That is what you are up against. That is the true scale of it. It is not a bad habit. It is the most sophisticated assault on the human reward system ever constructed, aimed with precision at the oldest and most powerful drives you possess, built and refined by thousands of brilliant people who are paid enormous sums to make it exactly this hard to put down. When you frame it that way, two things happen, and they are the two things this chapter exists to do. First, the shame drains out. And it needs to, because shame is not neutral here. Shame is fuel. Shame is the feeling that sends you back to the machine for comfort, so getting the shame out is not soft, it's tactical. And second, the whole problem relocates. It moves out of the territory of, what is wrong with me? Why am I so weak? And into the territory of, how do I dismantle this specific machine and recalibrate this specific nervous system? And that second territory, unlike the first, has real exits in it. There are proven ways to break a variable ratio schedule. There are proven ways to let the wanting circuits recalibrate and the liking circuits come back online. There are proven ways to bring the ancient survival alarm back under conscious command. That is the whole second half of this book, and it is real, and it works, and I walked it. But before we build the way out, I have to show you the full cost of the machine at full throttle, because you are going to need the horror fresh and vivid to have the fuel for the work ahead. And the cost was not only my time, and not only my peace. The cost was that this thing, this reaching, quietly took over every single corner of my life, until there was not one room in it that was actually mine. Let me show you what I mean. Chapter 7. The Green Dot. There is a small green circle that appears next to a person's name when they are active on a messaging app, and I want to tell you that for about 6 years of my life, that little green dot had more power over my nervous system than my job, my family, or my own body. I need to describe exactly what it did to me, because if you have felt it, you have never once heard it named out loud, and naming a thing is the first act of taking its power back. Here is the scene, and understand that it happened in 100 variations across those years. I would send a message to a woman I was fixated on. Some carefully calibrated thing, casual on the surface, agonized over underneath, rewritten 4 times before I let it go. And then I would put the phone down and pretend to live my life, except I would not be living my life. I would be a man standing guard over a screen, my whole attention a searchlight aimed at one rectangle. And then the green dot would appear next to her name. She was online. She was there, right now, holding her phone, awake, present, alive, and my message sitting unanswered above her, choosing, in real time, second by second, to do something other than answer me. And I would watch that green dot the way a man watches the heart monitor of someone he loves in an emergency room, reading everything into the smallest flicker. It's on. She's there. She's seen it. She must have seen it. And she's typing to someone else, laughing at someone else's message, scrolling past her whole life while my sentence sits there unread. And every second the dot stayed green and my phone stayed silent was another second of a verdict being handed down in slow motion. You are not worth the 10 seconds it would take to answer. I have watched that dot for an hour. I have canceled plans to keep watching it. I have watched it turn off, meaning she had put her phone down, having chosen, with full knowledge, not to reply to me, and felt something inside me turn off with it, a physical dimming. And then I have done the thing that should have told me everything, the thing that is pure gym wall. I have reread my own sent message 20, 30, 40 times, hunting for the flaw in it, the word that had cost me the reply, editing it in my head, imagining the better version I should have sent, exactly the way I stood at the mirror at 14, turning my face at angles, hunting for the flaw that had cost me the dance. Same boy, same courtroom, same defendant hunting for the reason the jury walked, just new evidence, and a green light instead of a mirror. Let me give this misery its proper scientific name, because psychology has studied precisely this, and the name is a gift, because a named and studied thing can be worked on, while a nameless shame can only be suffered. A researcher named Jennifer Crocker spent years studying what she called contingencies of self-worth, which is the simple and devastating idea that different people stake their sense of their own value on different things, and that whatever you stake it on, you become its slave. Stake your worth on your grades, and every exam becomes a referendum on whether you deserve to exist. Stake it on your body, and every mirror and every photograph is a trial with a verdict. Stake it on your bank balance, and a bad quarter is an identity crisis. And I had staked the entire value of myself, the whole 100% of it, with nothing held back in reserve, on one single thing: the approval of women, delivered through a screen. That was my contingency. So a green dot that stays silent was not, to my nervous system, a woman being busy or distracted or simply living her own life. It was my worth, the total of it, being marked down in real time by the only market I recognized as real. And Crocker's research found something you specifically need to hear, because it is the trap stated as data. People whose self-worth is highly contingent on external things, especially on others' approval, don't just suffer more anxiety and more depression and more stress, though they do. All measured, all documented. They also, and here is the cruel engine of it, pursue the very validation they're staked on more compulsively, and enjoy it less when they finally get it, than people whose sense of worth rests on something internal. Read that again, because it is your whole life in one sentence of science. The more your worth depends on the verdict, the harder you chase it, and the less it feeds you when you catch it. That is not a moral failing. That is a measured psychological mechanism, and you are living inside it, and I lived inside it for 20 years, and the green dot is simply what that mechanism looks like at 1 in the morning. There is an older idea underneath Crocker's from the psychologist Carl Rogers that cuts even deeper, and it is the concept I eventually built my entire recovery on top of, so I want to plant it in you now and let it grow through the rest of the book. Rogers talked about the locus of evaluation, the location of the thing that judges your worth, and he observed that a psychologically healthy person has an internal locus of evaluation, meaning the final judge of whether there are okay lives inside them, in their own chest, answerable to their own values, while a wounded person has an external locus, meaning the judge lives outside them, in other people, in the crowd, in the verdict, so that they spend their whole lives performing for a ruling that, precisely because it comes from outside, can be revoked at any instant, without warning or explanation, and therefore can never be rested upon, never be banked, never be finally enough. My locus of evaluation was not in my chest. It had never been in my chest, not since the gym wall. It was in a green dot. It was in strangers' thumbs. I had, without ever consciously deciding to, exported this single most important function a human being possesses. The quiet internal function that says, I am okay, I am worth something, I am allowed to be here. Out of my own body and into a distributed network of people who did not know they held it, did not want it, and did not care. And a man whose sense of his own worth is held outside his own body is not a free man in any sense that matters. He is a hostage, permanently, to people who don't even know they've taken him, and the green dot was just the ransom note, updating live every time she came online and chose not to type. But here's the part one most needs you to understand, the part that shows you how total this thing becomes if you let it run for 2 decades, because it did not stop at my sense of self. It ate my whole life. Every decision, down to the small ones, down to the ones that felt like nothing. And I did not notice it happening, because it disguised every conscripted choice as an innocent personal preference. Let me show you exactly how, because once you see this pattern, you will see it running everywhere in your own days. I would choose a cafe to work in, and I would tell myself and genuinely believe that I was choosing it for the coffee or the Wi-Fi or the light through the windows. I was not. I was choosing every single time, without ever admitting it to myself, the cafe where I had noticed there tended to be attractive women, on the buried, permanent, humming hope that today might be the day, that one of them might notice me, might catch my eye, might approach, might deliver the verdict, that lightning might finally strike in the corner by the window. I enrolled in courses, evening classes, a language I started 3 times and never learned, not because I wanted the skill, but because I had scanned the room during the trial session and calculated the ratio of women. And being in a room with women was, to me, being in a room where the verdict might be handed down. My hobbies, the handful I had, I chose and abandoned by the same hidden arithmetic. Does this put me near women? Could this be the place where it finally happens? I chose gyms for it, over better gyms. I chose which car of the train to sit in for it. I went to events I had zero interest in, stood at the edges of parties I actively disliked, endured small talk that bored me to the bone, all of it running the same silent background process that had been running without pause since I was 14. Maybe here, maybe her, maybe this is where I finally get chosen and the whole thing is finally over. Do you understand what that means about a life? It means that for 20 years, all the way into my 30s, I never once did a single thing purely for its own sake. Not one. There was no cafe I sat in just because I liked the coffee. No book I read only for the pleasure of the reading. No place I traveled just to see it. No walk I took just to walk. No version of any hour that existed for me and for no audience. Every corner of my existence, every ordinary and unremarkable choice, had been quietly conscripted into a single lifelong campaign to be validated by a woman, so that my entire life had become one enormous lottery ticket that I kept buying and buying and buying. And here is the thing that connects straight back to the deadening I described, the anhedonia, the reason it all goes gray. A man who does everything for a hidden external payoff slowly, inevitably, loses the capacity to enjoy anything for itself, because nothing is ever actually about the thing. The coffee was never about the coffee. The class was never about the class. The hobby was never about the hobby. It was all instrumental, all a means, all aimed past itself at the verdict, And so when you finally sit that man down in a genuinely beautiful moment and tell him to just enjoy it, just be here, just taste the coffee, he cannot. He genuinely cannot, because he has no muscle for it. He traded that muscle away one cafe at a time across 20 years, and he doesn't even remember making the trade. That is the full footprint of this addiction, and I am laying it out in its horrifying totality on purpose, because you need to see that it is not merely your phone, not merely an hour a day you'd like back. It is two things, and they are both enormous. It is your sense of your own worth, exported out of your chest and into strangers, hands where it can never be secured. And it is your entire life, every choice, every hour, quietly bent toward a single hope that has never once, not one time, paid off the way you need it to. Both of those have to be taken back, the locus and the life. And the astonishing thing, the thing that makes this book possible, is that both of them can be. There is a way to walk the judge home from the courthouse and sit him in the empty chair in your own chest. There is a way to reclaim your days, one honest cafe at a time, so that the coffee is finally just coffee. We will do both. I promise you we will do both. But before we build, I have to drag one more thing into the light, because I mentioned her twice in this book and slid past her both times, and I owe her far better than that. I mentioned a woman named Dana, a good woman I could not receive, and I mentioned the fantasy woman I chased instead. And the truth about what I did in the space between those two kinds of women is the ugliest thing in this book, and the thing you most need to hear, because you are very likely doing some version of it right now to someone who deserves better than what you're able to give her. Let me tell you about the women I didn't want. Chapter 8. The Women I Didn't Want. This is the chapter I least want to record, and the one you most need to hear, because it's where I stop being only a victim of a machine and become, for a while, a man who hurt people. And if I skip it to keep your sympathy, then this whole book is just one more comfortable lie, and I promised you I wouldn't tell you comfortable lies. So here is the ugliest true thing about how I lived. I spent years chasing women I did not actually want, while carelessly wounding women who actually wanted me, and both halves of that sentence came from the exact same wound, and I have to take them one at a time. Start with the chase, because it's where the fantasy finally has to be dragged into the daylight. There was a type. You know, there was a type. Every man in this trap has a type. And it is never really about a specific woman. It is about a specific verdict. Mine was a particular kind of striking, conventionally beautiful woman. The kind who, in the geometry of my teenage years, would have stood in the center of the gem's gravity and never once glanced at the wall where I stood. I'll call one of them Sophia, though there were several Sophias across the years, because it was never actually about the individual woman. It was about the category, the trophy, the closing of the account. And I pursued the Sophias with an intensity that had nothing to do with love, and everything to do with 14. I remember one of them specifically, a woman I met through work adjacencies, beautiful in exactly the way my wound demanded, and I orbited her for the better part of a year. I reorganized my calendar around the chance of running into her. I crafted messages to her the way I used to craft code, testing, revising, optimizing, and I read her replies like an analyst reading tea leaves. And when she was warm, I flew, and when she went cool, I crashed. And I want to tell you the humiliating truth about that whole year. I did not know her. I could not have told you her actual opinions, her fears, what she was like on a bad day, whether she was even kind, because none of that was the point. She was not a person I was getting to know. She was a lock, and I was certain that if I could just get her to choose me, the key would finally turn and the boy at the wall would finally be free. She eventually, gently, chose someone else, the way the Sophias always did, and I was devastated in a way that was completely out of proportion to a woman I didn't actually know, and it took me years to understand that I wasn't grieving her. I was grieving the verdict. I had lost, again, the one ruling I needed, and I barely noticed that the woman herself had walked out of the story, because she had never really been in it. Now the other half, and this is the one that cost me the most to say, while I was chasing verdicts I couldn't get, real women, kind ones, were offering me the actual thing, and I treated them as a pharmacy. I have to introduce Dana properly now, because I owe her that. Dana and I dated for the better part of 8 months. She was warm and quick, and she laughed at the real jokes, not the performed ones. And she paid attention to me in the specific way that means a person is actually seeing you and not a resume. And she was, by the distorted metric I was running, not one of the Sophias. Ordinary pretty. Real. And I want to confess exactly what I did with Dana, because it is common and it is cowardly, and no one admits it. I kept her. But I kept her at arm's length. One eye always on the door, one thumb always on the phone, present with her maybe 70%, while the other 30% scanned the apps under the table, on the toilet, in the car, for a better verdict for a Sophia. I let her care about me while I withheld the part of me that would have let me care back, because caring back would have meant admitting that this warm, real, ordinary woman was enough. And if she was enough, then the whole 20-year quest for the trophy was pointless, and I could not afford to know that yet. So I used her. Not cruelly on the surface, cruelly is loud and I was quiet. But I used her warmth as a low-grade maintenance dose to keep the loneliness manageable while I hunted for the real drug, and some part of her knew, the way people always know, and it made her reach for me harder, which made me feel more trapped, which made me withdraw more, and one night she said a sentence I have never forgotten. She said, very quietly, not angry, worse than angry, "I feel like I'm a placeholder for someone you haven't met." And I told her she was wrong, and she was not wrong, and we both knew it, and she left not long after, with more dignity than I deserved, and that sentence is now bolted to the inside of my skull as one of the truest things anyone ever said to me. Here is the part 1 need you to sit in, because this is where the honest reckoning has to happen, and where I've watched a lot of men take a poisonous wrong turn. The women who wanted me, the Danas, I felt a contempt toward, and I told myself the contempt was about their looks, their bodies, that they weren't attractive enough, that I had standards, that a man is allowed to want what he wants. And the internet, the specific corner of it, aimed at men like me, will affirm that, framing all day long, will tell you your revulsion is just your discerning high standards, your healthy male preference. But I have to tell you what was actually underneath my contempt, because it took me years of hard looking to find it, and it is the key to this entire chapter. My contempt for the women who wanted me was not really about them. It was self-contempt, turned outward and pointed at the nearest available target. Remember the Groucho wound. If I am not worth loving, then any woman who wants me must have terrible judgment, must be settling, must be worth less because she chose a man I've secretly judged worthless. So my contempt for Dana was really my contempt for myself, ricocheting off her. I was punishing her for the crime of loving a man I had already convicted. And the "she's not attractive enough" story was the cover story my mind ran, so I would never have to see that I was not rejecting these women for their bodies. I was rejecting them for the unforgivable sin of seeing worth in me, which my whole identity was organized around denying I had. And I want to be very careful and very honest here, because there is a truth adjacent to this that the bitter men weaponize, and I refuse to hand it to them. It is true that attraction is real, that physical desire matters, that a man should feel genuine wanting for a partner and not talk himself into a life with someone he feels nothing for, out of guilt or scarcity. That is real, and I am not telling you to settle, and I'll come back to it when we talk about the far side. Because the goal is not to lower your standards, the goal is to find out which of your standards are actually yours, and which are just the wound wearing the mask of preference. Because here's what happened after I healed, and I'll preview it so you have hope. When the validation hunger finally quieted, my actual attractions changed. Not lowered, changed. Women I would have dismissed at 30 because they didn't serve the verdict became visible to me as people, and some of them I found I genuinely wanted in a way that had nothing to do with a scoreboard, and some of the Sophia types I met on the far side I felt nothing real for at all once the trophy shine wore off. Because there was no actual compatibility underneath, there had never been, I had just needed the win. The wound doesn't only make you chase the wrong women, it blinds you to the right ones. It corrupts the very instrument, desire itself, that's supposed to guide you, so that you can't trust your own wanting, because half of it isn't wanting at all. It's the hunger for a verdict wearing wanting's clothes. So that was the shape of my romantic life for a decade. Chasing locks that would never turn, while a pharmacy of real women offered me a medicine I was too wounded to swallow, and treating both the locks and the medicine as things rather than people, and leaving, in my wake, a quiet trail of women who had done nothing wrong except see something in me and get punished for it. I am not proud of it. I made amends where I could, later, and some of those conversations were among the hardest and most freeing of my life, and I'll tell you about one of them. But the reckoning I most needed was not with them. It was with the fact that I had become a man who could not love, who could only audition people for a role only he could fill and then resent them for failing, and that a man like that is not, whatever his salary, a successful man. He is a starving man surrounded by food he has trained himself to be unable to eat. But I have not told you the cruelest part yet, the part that finally turned me bitter, and I have to, because it is the thing decent men are never warned about, and it nearly ended me. Everything I have described so far is what I did to the women who wanted me, and the fantasies I chased. I have not yet told you what happened on the rare nights when the whole machine seemed to work, when a genuinely beautiful woman chose me first, and I did exactly what I had been raised to do, and watched it detonate in my face. I have to tell you about the Pedestal. Chapter 9. The Pedestal. I was raised to be a good man, and I want to tell you how that nearly destroyed me. Because this is the chapter where I say the things decent people are not supposed to say out loud, and I am done not saying them. I was taught by my parents and my teachers, and every well-meaning voice around me, that you treat women with respect, that you are kind, that when someone shows you interest, you reciprocate it, because that is what a gentleman does. You meet warmth with warmth and interest with interest. It sounds like wisdom. It is the code of a good man, and I believed it with my whole heart. And in the arena I am about to describe, it was a loaded gun that I pressed to my own chest and fired over and over for a decade, because nobody warned me of the one brutal thing that would have saved me, that in the sexual marketplace, respect and reciprocation offered by a man with no self-worth are not virtues. They are poison. And I learned that in the ugliest way there is, by watching beautiful women lose interest in me at the exact instant I was kind to them. Here is the pattern, and I have watched it enough times that I can describe it like a lab result, cold and repeatable. Every so often, by pure chance, my carefully built profile did its job on a genuinely beautiful woman. Not the ordinary women who wanted me, the ones I could not want. We covered that ugliness already, but one of the real ones. A woman who in the flesh was everything my starving 14-year-old had ached for. She would see the profile, the curated high-value image, the successful engineer with the good photographs and the sharp, dry lines, and she would size me up, from a distance, as a high-value man, a man at or above her level, and she would show interest first. She would like me. She would message me. And for one shining second, the impossible thing was happening. The beautiful woman was choosing me, unprompted, and something in my chest that had been clenched since a school gym would leap. And then I would do the thing I was raised to do. I would reciprocate. Warmly, gratefully, respectfully, with my whole starving heart. And I would watch, in real time, the interest drain out of her like someone had pulled a plug from a sink, and she would be gone within days, sometimes within hours, and for years I could not understand what I was doing wrong, because I was doing everything right, everything I had been taught. I was being a good and decent and respectful man, and it was killing the attraction stone dead every single time. Let me tell you what I actually did, the specific behaviors, because neediness is too abstract and you need to see yourself in the details. I replied instantly. Every time. Within seconds. Because I had been waiting for that message with my entire nervous system, the phone already in my hand, the green dot of my own life permanently, pathetically on, and I could not physically make myself wait. Could not manufacture the appearance of a man with anywhere else to be. I over-answered. She would send a line and I would send a paragraph, 3 paragraphs, matching her small offering with a flood, because I wanted so badly to be interesting, to earn it, to close the deal before she came to her senses. I complimented too early and too much, telling a woman I barely knew how beautiful, how different, how special she was, handing her my whole hand of cards face up in the first hour. I agreed with everything, laughed at everything, made myself endlessly available, rearranged my life around the possibility of her, offered to meet whenever, wherever, on her terms, always, because I was so grateful to have been chosen that I would have crawled across the city on the schedule she set. And every one of those behaviors, which I performed as the courtship of a decent man, broadcast the same single sentence underneath the words, a sentence older than language. This man has nothing else. This man has been waiting. This man needs this. This man cannot believe his luck. And attraction dies in the presence of that sentence. It dies fast, below thought, because the sentence is the smell of low value, and no profile, however good, survives its owner reeking of it for more than a few days. I want to give you one of them, one specific woman, because the pattern needs a face. I will not give her a real name. Call her the architect, because that is what she did, and because it does not matter. She was a category more than a person to me, which was itself part of the sickness. She messaged me first. She was, by any measure, out of what I believed was my league, and she opened the conversation. And I still remember the physical jolt of it, the disbelief, the immediate and total collapse of my composure into gratitude. And I did all of it. I replied in seconds every time. For 3 days, I was funny, too funny, trying too hard, performing my whole personality at once like a man emptying his pockets to prove he has money. I told her within 2 days that she was the most interesting woman I had matched with in a year, which was true and which was catastrophic, because it told her she had already won, that there was no distance left to cross, that I had folded before the game began. And I felt it turn on the third day. The replies got shorter. The green dot would come on and stay on, and nothing would arrive. And I did what I always did, the thing that guarantees the death. I needed harder. I texted into the silence. I asked if everything was okay. I doubled down on the very warmth that was repelling her, and she faded, politely, the way they do, a slow dimming rather than a door, and within a week she was gone, and I sat there with the profile that had won her and the personality that had lost her, and no idea, for years, that they were the same crime committed twice. Now I am going to use the word the manosphere uses, hypergamy, because whatever you think of that world, and you know from the pages ahead what I came to think of it, they name this thing correctly, and the polite world refuses to name it at all, which is its own kind of cowardice, a cowardice that left me disarmed for a decade. Here is the brutal reality, stated without the padding that decent people wrap it in, because the padding is exactly what kept me stupid. A woman's attraction tracks a man's perceived value relative to her own, and it tracks it with a cold, involuntary, unsentimental precision that does not care in the slightest what you deserve. She was never attracted to me. She was attracted to the high-value man she believed the profile represented. And the instant I reciprocated the way I did, eagerly, reverently, gratefully, like a man who could not believe his fortune, I told her the truth the profile had hidden, that I did not believe I was that man, that I valued her attention astronomically above my own worth, that I had been starving and she was the feast, and her attraction, which had been pegged to the illusion of a high-value man, crashed instantly to match the reality I had just handed her, which was a man who ranked himself beneath her, and no woman on earth, through no fault of her own, through pure ancient wiring she did not choose and cannot override by willpower, desires a man who has just shown her that he places himself below her. I put her on a pedestal, and the act of lifting her up was the same motion as kneeling down, and she felt me kneel, and it was finished. Sit in how cruel this is, because I refuse to pretend it is not, and the pretending is exactly what the soft advice givers do for a living. It means my kindness was read as weakness. It means my respect was read as low value. It means the precise behaviors I had been raised to believe were the mark of a good man, the reciprocation, the warmth, the eager decency, the availability, were the very things that repelled the women I wanted, while the men who got those women were, very often, the ones treating them with a casual, unbothered indifference that would have earned me a lecture from my own mother. I looked at that and I did what any man does when the rules he was handed turn out to be a lie that cost him his youth. I got bitter. I am not going to sit here on the far side and pretend I floated above it in serene understanding, because that would be one more comfortable lie in a genre drowning in them. I got angry. I decided the game was rigged, that women claimed to want good men and desired the opposite, that decency was a sucker's bet, and I had been sold it by people who either did not know or did not care. And for a while, in the privacy of my own skull and sometimes out loud in ways I am not proud of, I hated them for it. I hated the whole arrangement. This is where a great deal of my bitterness was born, right here, in the canyon between what I was promised would work and what actually worked. A canyon wide enough to swallow a man's faith in fairness whole, and mine fell all the way in. And here is where I have to hand you the brutal truth and the deeper truth in the same breath, because you need both, or you will end up exactly where I nearly ended up, permanently poisoned, one more furious man narrating his whole life as an injustice. The brutal truth is real, and you must swallow it whole. Attraction is not fair. It is not a reward for being good. It does not care about your virtue, your loyalty, your salary, your decency, your years of waiting, or one atom of what you deserve, and any advice that tells you otherwise. Any voice that coos that you should just be a nice, respectful man and the right woman will recognize your worth is a sedative, a lie, a bedtime story told to struggling men by people who have never once had to live inside a man's sexual invisibility, and it kept me weak and confused for 10 years, and I resent every hour I spent believing it. Accept that the world is not fair here. Stop waiting to be rewarded for your goodness. Nobody is coming with a medal for the decent man who waited his turn. That part of the bitter men's message is simply, coldly true, and I will not soften it to make you comfortable, because comfort is what nearly killed me. But here is the deeper truth, the one that took me years past the bitterness to reach, and it is the one that actually frees you, instead of merely arming you to be angry forever. It was never the respect that killed it. It was never the reciprocation, or the kindness, or the decency itself. Those are not the problem, and the proof is standing in plain sight. High-value men are kind and respectful and reciprocate interest constantly, and it deepens attraction rather than destroying it. The problem was never the act. It was the empty chair underneath the act. My reciprocation crashed her attraction, not because reciprocation is weak, but because mine came from a man with no self-worth, so beneath the warmth it broadcast the truth that I ranked myself below her. And it is that ranking, that self-valuation, that attraction reads, always, underneath everything, not the kindness on the surface. The exact same warm words, the same respect, the same reciprocated interest, coming from a man who genuinely values himself, who would be completely fine if she turned and walked away, who reaches back not from starvation but from abundance. Those identical words land as magnetic, because now they say something entirely different. Now they say, I like you and I like myself, and my liking you costs me nothing, because I am not hungry. Reciprocation from a full chair attracts. Reciprocation from an empty chair repels. The same act, the opposite signal, and the only variable, the only one, is the thing this entire book is about, whether the man doing it believes he is worth something independent of her answer. And this is exactly why the bitter men are so dangerous, why they are half right in a way that ruins the men who follow them. They correctly see that neediness and low self-value repel. That part is true, and I have just spent a whole chapter confirming it in blood. But then they conclude, catastrophically, that the solution is to become cold, to fake indifference, to treat women with contempt, to manufacture the outward appearance of high value through calculated cruelty, and it half works on the surface and it rots the soul underneath, and it never actually fixes the thing, because you cannot fake a full chair. We already proved that. The neediness leaks through every performance, through the timing of a text, through the flicker in the eyes, through the way a man's whole body changes when she finally responds. The cold man is just the needy man in armor, and the armor fools no one for long, least of all himself. The solution was never to stop being kind. God help me, the solution was never to become crueler. The solution was to actually become a man who did not need her, and then to let the kindness flow from that, real kindness, from real strength, which is, I promise you, the rarest and most magnetic thing in the entire brutal marketplace, precisely because almost no one has done the work to earn it. I have to tell you the thing that finally cornered me, that stripped away my last excuse. because it involves the single piece of advice everyone gives that I actually took. People told me, get a life, get some hobbies, get busy, become a man with his own things going on. She can smell the emptiness, so fill it. And unlike most men who nod at that advice and do nothing, I did it completely. I threw myself into the gym and I got genuinely strong. I picked up music and I got good enough at an instrument to lose whole hours inside it. I had a demanding, consuming, high-status job that ate most of my waking week. On paper, I became precisely the man that advice describes. Full calendar, real skills, real interests, a life other men would envy. And here is the fact that finally broke my last comfortable lie. So hear it clearly, because it is probably being told to you right now by someone who means well and is wrong. It changed nothing. I would be in the middle of a heavy set at the gym and check my phone between every representative for a reply. I would put the instrument down mid-practice because a match notification lit the screen. I would be genuinely slammed at work, buried, and still, always, somehow, find the time, the instant availability to answer her within seconds, because the availability was never about having free time. It was about where my worth was staked, and a man whose worth is staked on a woman's reply will always have time to check for it. He will make the time. He will interrupt anything, no matter how full and impressive his life looks from the outside, because the phone is not competing with his hobbies. It is wired directly to his sense of whether he is allowed to exist, and nothing loses to that. The fullness was all on the outside. Inside, in the only room that mattered, in the chair where a man's own sense of his worth is supposed to sit, there was nothing, and you cannot fill an empty chair with a gym membership and a guitar. I tried. I have the receipts. The rot was internal, and no external life, however genuinely impressive, could reach it. And that, finally, was the fact that turned me, though not gently. And not toward peace, not yet. It turned me toward a wall, because it meant there were no more shortcuts. No more people to blame, not even women. Not really. No more tactics to run. No more hobbies to hide behind. No more advice to try and discard. It meant the problem was in me, and the fix was in me, and I had spent 20 years building an entire elaborate life for the specific purpose of never having to look there. And a man does not walk calmly toward that door. He gets driven to it, backward, clawing, at the very end, when every other exit has been tried and found to be a wall. Mine closed a few weeks later, on a bathroom floor, with a search history I am ashamed of, and a phone full of women who had, every last one of them, eventually gone quiet. But before the floor, the rot did what rot does. It spread. Past the women, past the dating, out of the arena I could at least pretend did not define me, and into the one room of my life I had always believed was safe, the room with the people who had loved me before I had a profile to hide behind or a face to blame. It reached my family. Let me tell you what it did to the table. Chapter 10. What it did to the table. My parents are the kind of people who sacrifice things they never once mentioned so that I could have the education that made me. My father worked a job that used maybe a third of his intelligence for 30 years, without complaint, so that mine would never have to, and my mother ran an entire household on a budget whose tightness I only understood years later when I was earning and did the math backward, and they poured all of it, quietly, relentlessly, into me and my younger sister. Their whole theory of life was simple and beautiful. If they gave us a strong foundation, we would build good lives on top of it and be happy, and that would be their reward. And by the time I was in my early 30s, I had handed them every external sign that their theory had worked perfectly. The degree they could say out loud to relatives and watch the effect. The job with the name people recognized. The money that finally let me start giving back to them, taking things off their plate, which I did, and which was, honestly, one of the only things in those years that reliably felt like anything at all. On paper, I was the full return on their entire life's investment, the proof that all the sacrifice had been worth it. And I was disappearing right in front of them, day by day, and they could feel it happening, and did not have the words for it, and neither did I. Here is what it actually looked like at the table. We would gather, the four of us, and often relatives, for the long meals that were the true center of my family's life, the meals where everything real got said in the gaps between passing the dishes, where my father, who could not say a tender thing directly to save his life, would say it instead by putting the best piece of food on your plate without a word. And I would be there, my body would be in the chair, and I would not be there. Some part of me, the live part, the part that used to argue with my father about everything under the sun and make my mother laugh so hard she'd wave her hand at me to stop, that part had gone under the table, onto the phone, into the feed, monitoring the machines. I had developed the skill that every man in this trap develops without being taught, the ability to hold a phone below the edge of the table and drop my eyes to it for half a second at a time while nodding along to the conversation above, the thumb moving on its own, refreshing, checking, during my own family's dinner, on the permanent, humming, low-grade hope that some woman, somewhere out in the network, had sent a notification that would finally make me feel real. I was chasing that feeling of being real at the dinner table of the only four people on earth whose love for me had never, not for 1 second, been contingent on anything I did or achieved or looked like. Sit in the insanity of that with me, because it is the whole disease in one image. I was ignoring the one and only unconditional love in my life in order to refresh a feed of conditional strangers. The love at that table required nothing of me and could not be revoked. The validation in that feed required everything of me and could be revoked at any instant, and was, constantly. And I chose the feed. Over and over, meal after meal, year after year, I chose the machine that treated me like nothing over the people who treated me like everything, and if you had asked me in the moment, I would not have even been able to tell you I was choosing, because it did not feel like a choice. It felt like gravity. It felt like the most natural thing in the world to glance down at the one thing that could still spike me, while the unconditional love of my family played on at a volume one had trained myself unable to hear. That is what the machine does to a man's sense of proportion. It inverts it completely. It makes the infinite feel like background noise, and the empty feel like the only thing worth reaching for. And I have to tell you about my sister, because she is the part of this chapter that still hurts the most to touch. Nadia is younger than me by several years, and I love her more than almost anyone alive. And somewhere in the middle of all this, I began to watch the very same machine reach for her, from the other side of the gender line, wearing a slightly different mask. She was posting more. She was checking the likes with a frequency I recognized in my own bones. I would see her at those same family dinners, do the exact thing I was doing, the small glance down at the screen, the flicker of deflation when the number wasn't what she'd hoped for, the small lift when it was, the way her mood would subtly track a count, and I recognized every micro-expression with a horror I genuinely cannot fully put into words, because I knew from 20 years on the inside exactly where that road led. I knew the cafes she'd start choosing for the wrong reasons. I knew how her sense of her own worth would begin, quietly, to migrate out of her chest and into the counts, into the comments, into male attention delivered by screen. I could see the entire 20-year descent laid out in front of her, because I was standing, exhausted, at the far bottom end of it. And here is the thing that should have woken me up years before it finally did. I could not say a single word to her, because what was I going to say? Sit down, Nadia. Let me, your 33-year-old brother who checks his phone hundreds of times a day, who can't hold a relationship together, who hunts strangers on apps for a verdict he never gets, who once looked up how to medicate away his own desire. Let me teach you, little sister, about self-worth and where not to put it. I was so far down inside my own version of her disease that I had completely disqualified myself from protecting the one person I most wanted to protect. I had to sit at that table and watch it begin to happen to her and say nothing, because I had no standing, no credibility, no clean hands, nothing to offer but hypocrisy, and that specific helplessness, watching the thing that was eating me reach for my little sister while I sat there mute and disqualified, that was one of the very first cracks in the whole structure. Because it turns out a man can rationalize almost any amount of damage he's doing to himself. He can explain it away forever. It is watching it reach for someone he loves, and knowing he is the last person on earth with any standing to stop it, that starts to become genuinely unbearable. Let me tell you what my mother finally said to me, because she said it the way mothers say the truest and most devastating things, sideways, quietly, while her hands were busy with something else and her back was half turned so you wouldn't have to meet her eyes. It was after a dinner where I'd been particularly absent, particularly under the table, and the relatives had gone home and my father had gone to bed, and she was at the sink washing a dish she would not let me help with, and she said, not as an accusation, not sharp at all, almost as a kind of grief laid down gently between us, "You know, I used to always know what you were thinking. Even when you were a teenager and you wouldn't say 2 words to me, I could look at your face across a room and know exactly what was going on in there. Now I look at your face and there's nobody home. You're sitting right in front of me, and I miss you. I miss my son, and he's right there, and I can't reach him." And she went back to the dish, and she did not turn around to let me off the hook of having to answer. And I stood in that kitchen with my phone in my pocket buzzing against my leg, and I did not have one single thing to say, because she was exactly, completely right, and the person she was missing, the son who used to live behind my face, I missed him too, desperately, and I had traded him away, glance by glance, notification by notification, for a feeling that in 20 years had never once actually arrived. Now I have to explain the mechanism underneath all of this, because it is not simply that I was being rude or distracted or a bad son. It is something more chemical and more frightening, and it connects every single thing in this book, and it has a name and a documented biology, and understanding it is genuinely part of the cure, so stay with me even though it's the science part. I told you earlier about anhedonia, the inability to feel pleasure, and I told you it was selective in me, dead everywhere except the machine. Here is why. In plain language. Your brain runs on a baseline level of dopamine, a resting sense of life is worth engaging with, it's worth getting out of the chair for, and that baseline is calibrated over time by what you regularly expose it to. Real rewards, the love of your family, a good meal eaten slowly, an hour of absorbing work, a walk in the actual sun, conversation with a friend, these produce dopamine gently, moderately, in a slow rolling shape the brain evolved over millions of years to handle. The machine produces it fast and steep and unpredictably, in spikes far larger and sharper than anything that exists in the natural world, because it was engineered deliberately by experts to do exactly that. And here is the trap the neuroscience lays bare. When you flood a brain with fast, steep, artificial dopamine spikes, over and over for years, the brain does the only sensible thing it can to protect itself. It turns down its own sensitivity. It dials back the receptors. It raises the threshold so that the same spike produces less and less over time. That is tolerance, and it is why you need more and more validation, higher and higher stakes, to feel the same hit you got from your first match. But, and this is the devastating part, the receptors do not come down selectively, only for the machine. They come down across the board, for everything. So now the fast, cheap reward barely works anymore. You're chasing a high you can't quite reach. And at the very same time, the slow, real rewards, the family dinner, the sunset, the good hour of work, the walk, which were always quieter to begin with, now fall below the raised threshold entirely and produce nothing. Register as nothing, reach you not at all. You have, without ever intending to, turned down the master volume on your entire life to make room for a single signal that is screaming, and now even the screaming barely reaches you, and everything else, everything real, everything good, everything that was supposed to be the actual content of a human life is playing below the floor of your hearing. That is the anhedonia. That is why I could feel a jolt from a stranger's like and absolutely nothing from my own mother's face 6 feet away. My brain had been physically recalibrated by years of the machine, so that only the machine could reach it, and the people at my table, and the craft I was genuinely good at, and the sun coming through the window on a Sunday, were all playing at a volume one had trained myself to be unable to hear. I want you to feel the full weight of that, because it is the real reason this matters, the real reason it is worth absolutely everything to get out. It is not merely that this addiction wastes your time, or bruises your pride, or complicates your dating life. It is that it slowly, quietly, steals your capacity to be moved by the actual good that is already in your life, and it does it so gradually that you never notice the lights going down. You only notice, one day, that a man who has everything feels nothing, and cannot understand why, and reaches, out of reflex, for his phone to check. I was that man at 33. I had a life the boy against the gym wall would have wept with gratitude to be promised, and I could not feel 1 square inch of it, and the only thing left on earth that could still reach me was the very thing that was burying me. That is not a bad habit you clean up on a New Year's resolution. That is a man being buried alive inside his own successful life, one notification at a time. And I was about to hit the very bottom of it on a specific night, on a specific cold floor, in a way that finally, mercifully, could no longer be explained away. Let me take you to the worst night, because the worst night is where the turn begins. Chapter 11. The Bathroom Floor. I need to tell you about the cruelest thing the machine ever did to me, because it's the thing that finally broke me, and it's the opposite of what you'd expect. It didn't break me by withholding. It broke me by giving me exactly what I wanted, and then making me destroy it with my own hands while I watched. I told you, in the last chapter, exactly how I crashed these chances, the reverent reciprocation, the instant replies, the value draining out of a beautiful woman the moment I reached back for her. So I will not walk that whole ground again. I will just tell you about the last time it happened, and the place it finally drove me, because that is where this long fall finally hit the ground. There was one, near the end, a woman I'll not describe beyond saying she was, by my sick metric, everything. And it went the way it always went, the fast start, the leak, the cooling, and I could see it happening this time. That was the new horror. I had enough insight by then to watch myself doing it in real time and still not stop, like a man watching his own hand and unable to command it. And when she finally went quiet, the green dot going on and staying silent, I did something I need to confess because I've never told anyone, and because some man listening has done it too and thinks he's the only one. I started searching, late that night, for ways to kill it. Not myself, the wanting. I sat there and I researched whether antidepressants, SSRIs, would blunt my libido enough that I would stop feeling this, whether there was a pill that would turn the desire off, because I had concluded, in the depth of that night, that the desire itself was the enemy, that the wanting was the thing destroying me, and that if I could just chemically amputate my capacity to want women at all, I could finally have peace. Think about how far down a man has to be to research how to castrate his own soul. I wanted to stop being able to want, because wanting had only ever brought me humiliation. And that willingness to kill a healthy part of myself to escape the pain, that was the true bottom, lower than any lonely night. The night I decided the problem was that I was alive to my own desire and went looking for the off switch. And I want to stay in that desperation for one more moment, because it holds a clue that took me years to decode. And it's a clue you need. Why would a man try to kill his own capacity to desire? Because he has concluded, wrongly, that the desire is the problem, that the wanting is what's hurting him. And I understand exactly why I concluded that, because the wanting was always where the pain entered. Every humiliation, every rejection, every green dot going silent, all of it came through the channel of wanting, so it seemed obvious that if I could just seal that channel, cut the wanting off at the source, the pain would stop. But it was a catastrophic misdiagnosis. And it's the same misdiagnosis the black pill makes when it tells men to give up on women entirely, and the same one the monk mode extremists make, and I need you to see why it's wrong, because you may be tempted by it too. The problem was never the desire. Desire is healthy. Desire is life. Desire for women and connection and love is one of the best and most human things a man has. And a man who succeeds in killing it with a pill or with bitterness or with forced withdrawal has not solved anything. He has just amputated a healthy limb to stop a pain that was never coming from the limb. The pain was never in the wanting. The pain was in the needing. And the fact that my worth was staked on the outcome of the wanting. So that every desire was also a referendum on whether I was allowed to exist. Take away the staking, heal the empty chair, and you can want freely, want fully, want women with your whole chest. And it doesn't hurt, because wanting and getting rejected just means you wanted something and didn't get it, which is sad, not annihilating. I was trying to kill the desire when I needed to free it. I was trying to cut off my own hand to stop the handcuff from hurting, when all I ever had to do was find the key. But I didn't have the key yet, that night. That night I just had the pain, and a search history I'm ashamed of, and a growing certainty that something had to give. I did not fill that prescription. What happened instead is that a few weeks later I ended up on my bathroom floor. I won't dramatize it, because the truth is undramatic. And that's the point. It wasn't a suicide attempt, I want to be clear. It was something quieter and in some ways sadder. It was a Friday night, and I had reinstalled everything, again, and I had spent about 4 hours cycling through the apps, all of them, refreshing and getting nothing, or getting nothing that landed, and at some point I had slid down off the edge of the tub onto the tile because standing felt like too much participation in being a person, and I sat on the cold floor of the bathroom in the apartment I owned, 34 years old, a successful man by every external measure, holding the glowing rectangle, and I felt myself being erased. That's the only word. Not sad. Erased. Like the machine had been slowly consuming me for 20 years and had finally gotten to the core, and there was almost nobody left in here, just a hunger and a thumb and a screen, and the boy against the gym wall, and all the years in between spent feeding a thing that had never once been full. And here is the turn, and I want to be honest that it was not a lightning bolt, it was not a beautiful epiphany, because those make for better stories, and they're mostly lies, and men wait for the lightning bolt, and it never comes, and they die waiting. It was smaller than that. Sitting on that floor, at the actual bottom, something in me just went quiet, and into the quiet came not a revelation, but a simple, exhausted, almost bored observation. I thought, this is not going to be fixed by getting the thing. I have gotten the thing. I have gotten the degree and the job and the money and, some nights, even the woman, and I am on the floor. There is no version of this where I win the game and the game ends, because the game is designed to never end. And if getting the thing was never going to fix it, then I had been running my entire life at full speed in a direction that does not lead anywhere. And a man who realizes he's been running the wrong way does not need more speed. He needs to stop and turn around, and that is a different kind of effort entirely, and I had never once tried it. I had tried everything except stopping. That thought did not save me that night. I want to be honest. I got up off the floor and I checked the apps again before I went to bed, because that's how addiction actually works. Insight does not equal freedom. We've established that. It's the whole thesis. But something had shifted, a single degree, the way a ship turns. For the first time in 20 years, I had located the actual problem. It was not my face. It was not my lack of success. I had the success. It was not that I hadn't gotten enough validation. I'd gotten plenty, and it had emptied me. The problem was the entire architecture, the exported locus, the empty chair, the game itself. And no move within the game could win it, because the only winning move was to stop playing, and I did not yet have the faintest idea how a man actually stops. I just knew, finally, that stopping was the thing. And I want to be brutally honest about the man on that floor, because the soft version of this story would ask you to pity him, and I am not interested in your pity or mine. The man on that floor was not only a victim of a machine, he was a coward. He had spent 20 years pouring a genuinely formidable intelligence and discipline into everything, except the one small, terrifying, unglamorous task that would have saved him, the task of building his own worth from the inside, because degrees and money and hobbies and tactics were hard in a way he knew how to win at, and the inner work was hard in a way that might reveal he was nothing, and he could not risk it, so he built a monument of achievement for the specific purpose of never having to look in a mirror. That is not only a tragedy that happened to me. It was a choice I made 10,000 times to look anywhere but inward, and calling it an addiction is true, but it is not the whole truth. The whole truth is that I was complicit. I chose the comfortable prison over the terrifying open door every single day for 2 decades, and I do not get to be purely a victim of the machine when I was also its most willing, most loyal customer. I needed to see that, cleanly and without flinching, to get up. Not to hate myself forever. Hatred is its own trap, and we will deal with it. But to stop lying that this was only ever done to me. And the very next place I went looking for how to stop is a place I have to warn you about, because it was waiting for me with a lie perfectly shaped to my exact wound, a lie that felt like the truth I'd been searching for my whole life. I went looking for answers in my pain, and I found the black pill. Chapter 12. The Black Pill Was Waiting for Me. When a man is in that much pain and goes looking for an explanation, the internet does not send him a therapist. It sends him where the sharks feed, and the sharks that feed on lonely, rejected, intelligent men are some of the most sophisticated predators in the whole ecosystem, because they don't come at you with obvious lies. They come at you with half-truths, delivered by men who have clearly suffered the way you've suffered, and they wrap the half-truths around a lie so perfectly shaped to your specific wound that swallowing it feels like finally being understood. I found the manosphere the way you find a light in the dark. Gratefully. I need to do an honest autopsy of what I found there, the medicine and the poison both. Because you will end up in that water too. The algorithm will see to it. And almost no one will give you an honest map. They'll either tell you it's all evil, which is a lie you can smell, or they'll sell you the whole thing, which will cost you your soul. Let me give you the real map. First, the medicine, because there is some, and pretending there isn't, is exactly why hurting men don't trust the people warning them off it. The red pill, in its more grounded forms, told me some true things that the polite world would never say. It told me that neediness repels, that a woman can feel desperation through a screen, and that it kills attraction, and brother, I had lived that. I had destroyed a dozen chances with my instant replies, so when a blunt voice online said, "Your neediness is the problem, not your face," that landed as truth, because it was truth. It told me that self-improvement matters, that a man who lifts and grooms himself, and builds his body and his status and his competence does better in the world and with women, and that is simply real. It is not a lie. A man should build himself. It told me to have my own life, my own mission, my own frame, to stop organizing my existence around a woman's approval, and that was the truest thing of all. It's half of this book. It told me to stop supplicating, stop begging, stop performing for scraps. All real, all medicine. If the red pill had stopped there, at build yourself, drop the neediness, have your own life, it would have been a rough but genuine ally. But it did not stop there, and here is where I have to be very precise, because the poison enters exactly where the medicine ends, and it enters through a door marked with my name, because I brought a specific pre-existing wound to that water. I had believed since I was 14 that my problem was my face, and the black pill, the darker, more totalizing evolution of the red pill, took that wound and did something diabolical with it. It told me I had been right all along. It handed me pseudoscience, skull shapes and Canthal tilts and bone structure and height percentiles, an entire fake anatomy of doom, and it said, "See, it was your looks. It was always your looks. You were right at 14. It's over for men like us. We are genetically sentenced. There is nothing to be done." And I need you to understand the terrible relief of that message for a man like me, because it explains why so many of us drink the poison. It felt like vindication. It felt like being told that the pain I'd carried for 20 years was not my fault, was never fixable, was written in my bones, and there is a dark, seductive comfort in that. The comfort of surrender, the comfort of finally being allowed to stop trying. If it's over, if it's genetic, if it's my bones, then I can stop climbing, stop hoping, stop risking, and just marinate in the bitterness, which at least doesn't sting the way hope does. And that is the first great poison of the black pill. It is a cope that feels like a truth. It relocated my wound from a place I could do something about, my own psychology, my own exported self-worth, to a place I could do nothing about, my immutable skull, and it called the relocation science, and it offered me, in exchange for my agency, the grim comfort of the doomed. But it was a lie, and I know it was a lie for the most personal reason possible. I had already run the experiment. I had already improved everything improvable, and gotten the success, and even, some nights, gotten a beautiful woman, which the black pill said was impossible for a face like mine, and none of it had fixed me, which means the problem was never the variable the black pill obsessed over. If my looks were the sentence, the success and the occasional Sophia couldn't have happened, and they did happen, and I was still empty, which proves with the force of lived evidence that the empty chair was never in my face. It was in my chest. The black pill was pointing a $1,000 telescope at exactly the wrong thing, and it was doing it on purpose, because a man staring at his own skull in despair is a man who will never look at the actual wound, which is the one thing that could free him, and the one thing the whole grievance economy needs him never to find. And there was a second poison, quieter, that specifically caught me. The black pill had an explanation for the thing that tormented me most, the fact that I only seemed to get women I didn't want, the ordinary ones, while the Sophia slipped away. It said, "That's your looks match. You get what you are. A sub-5 gets sub-5s." And it delivered this as brutal realism, and it did two evil things at once. It confirmed my contempt for the women who wanted me, reframing my displaced self-hatred as objective market data, and it kept me forever on the scoreboard, forever ranking, forever measuring myself and every woman on a scale of 1 to 10, which is to say it kept me exactly, precisely inside the disease I was trying to escape, just with a crueler vocabulary. Because that's the thing I eventually understood about the whole red pill to black pill world, the realization that finally let me climb out. It was not the cure for my validation addiction. It was my validation addiction wearing armor. It took the same sickness, the staking of my entire worth on female approval, and instead of curing it, it just militarized it, turned it into a war, gave me stats to track, an enemy to blame, and a permanent grievance to nurse. And a nurse grievance, unlike a wound, never heals, because it isn't supposed to, because the men selling it need it to renew, monthly, like a subscription, which many of them literally are. Now I have to tell you about the oscillation, because it's the most honest and least discussed part of that whole detour, and if you've lived it, you'll know it instantly. I could not actually stay black-pilled. Nobody with a beating heart can. I would get rejected or destroy another chance with my own neediness, and I would swing hard into the bitterness, into, it's over, they're all shallow, they only want looks and money, women are like this and like that. And I'll be honest, in those swings I could become genuinely rude, cold, contemptuous toward women, in my head and sometimes in my behavior, and it felt for a few days like strength, like armor, like I'd finally stopped being a supplicant. But then, and this is the part the ideology can never survive, my own biology would betray me. Because I am a man, and I wanted women, not just their validation, but their warmth, their companionship, the actual human thing, and no amount of bitter theory could kill that wanting. I'd already tried to kill it with a pill, and couldn't, so a week into the armor, I'd see a woman, feel the pull, the real human longing for connection, and the whole bitter edifice would collapse, and I'd revert, right back to the hoping, the chasing, the checking, and then I'd get hurt again, and swing back to bitterness again, back and forth, a miserable pendulum, between contempt and craving, and I could never rest at either end, because both ends were lies. The bitterness was a lie because I did want women and connection, genuinely. And the craving was a lie because it wasn't really about women, it was about the verdict. I was oscillating between two false selves, the bitter one and the begging one, and the truth was, at neither pole, the truth was in a place I hadn't found yet, a third place, where you can want women, warmly, honestly, as people, without needing their verdict to survive. But I didn't know that third place existed. I thought the only options were beg or hate, and I flipped between them like a man drowning, grabbing the bitterness when the craving hurt too much, grabbing the craving when the bitterness got too cold, and never once standing on solid ground. The black pill kept me in that water for a while, and I want to say clearly, without any contempt, because I was one of them and I understand the pull. The men in that world are not villains. They are wounded, mostly, lonely and in real pain, and they found a place that named their pain and gave them a brotherhood, and I feel for them, deeply, because I was on that same floor. But the map they're handed leads deeper into the swamp, not out of it, because it points at the skull instead of the chest, converts loneliness into hatred, replaces the pursuit of a verdict with the nursing of a grievance, and keeps every man forever on the scoreboard that was the disease in the first place. What finally let me climb out was a single realization, and it was almost funny when it came. The black pill's central claim, "It's your looks," was the exact same lie the 14-year-old boy told himself against the gym wall. The whole sophisticated ideology, the studies, the vocabulary, the brotherhood, was just my own teenage cope, handed back to me 2 decades later, dressed up as forbidden science. I had gone looking for the way out and been sold my own original wound as the cure. And the moment I saw that, the moment I recognized my 14-year-old self's voice underneath all that manosphere jargon, I could finally put it down, because you cannot be seduced by a lie once you recognize it as a lie you already told yourself and already disproved with your own life. So I climbed out of that water too, with the medicine in one hand. Drop the neediness, build yourself, have your own life, and the poison poured out on the ground. It's your bones, it's over, they're the enemy. Rank everyone forever. And I stood there, finally having tried everything. Tried success, tried the apps, tried chasing, tried the tactics, tried bitterness, tried researching a pill to kill my own desire. Everything, except the one thing I had never tried. The thing that was going to turn out to be the only thing that worked, which was to stop trying to win the game and instead do the patient, unglamorous, deeply unsexy work of walking the judge home from the courthouse and sitting him down in my own chest. That work is the rest of this book. It is real. It is grounded in how a human being actually changes, and it starts with understanding why every single thing I'd tried had failed, which was for one reason, the same reason your attempts have failed. And once you understand that reason, the real way out finally becomes visible. Let me show you why you can't think your way out. Chapter 13. You cannot debug a feeling with logic. I am an engineer, so let me tell you how an engineer tries to fix himself, because I tried it for years, and it is a perfect case study in why the obvious approach fails, and understanding why it fails is the doorway to the approach that finally works. But before I show you how the fixing finally worked, I have to say something harsh, because the soft version of this book would fail you the way the soft advice failed 10 years of me. Almost everything you have been told about this problem is a lie engineered to keep you comfortable and stuck. Just be yourself, they say. Be confident. Love yourself first. The right one will come along when you stop looking. That advice is not merely useless, it is poison, because it tells a drowning man the water is fine. The truth is colder, and it is the only thing that will save you. Nobody is coming. No woman, no lucky break, no guru, no app update, no version of the world suddenly deciding to be fair to you is coming to lift this off your back. You did this to yourself, with a great deal of help from an engineered machine and a wound you did not ask for, but the machine and the wound are yours now. They live in your skull. And the only person on this earth with the power to do anything about them is you, alone, unfairly, with no medal waiting at the end for how hard it was. I know how brutal that sounds. It is brutal. It is also the most freeing sentence I ever heard, because the day I stopped waiting to be rescued and accepted that the entire weight of my recovery was mine and no one else's, was the first day anything actually moved. Self-pity is a coward's painkiller. Total, almost violent ownership of your own condition is the only anesthetic that also happens to be a cure. An engineer, faced with a broken system, gathers information. So I gathered information. I read the self-help books, stacks of them, the ones about confidence and the ones about attachment and the ones about habits. I watch the dating gurus, the smooth ones and the aggressive ones, hours and hours of them. I studied the red pill, and I studied the black pill, and everything in the murky water between them. I became, genuinely, a scholar of my own problem. And then, being an engineer, I did what you do with information. I implemented it. I took the field's best practices and I deployed them systematically, one after another, on the live system of my own dating life. I tried the deliberately late reply. The gurus all agreed neediness was death, so I engineered the appearance of its opposite. I would get a message from a woman, and I would feel the old instant desperation to reply, the phone hot in my hand, and I would force myself to wait. 1 hour. 3 hours. I would set a literal timer. And I want to tell you what that actually was underneath the technique, because it's the whole lesson. It was a man in agony staring at a clock, performing indifference while his entire nervous system screamed. And it fooled no one, because the waiting wasn't real. It was just my desperation running on a delay, and the moment we actually spoke, the neediness came flooding back out through every other channel. The over-eagerness, the over-availability, the too much. I had put a timer on a symptom while the disease pumped underneath. I tried humor, because the book said be funny, be charming, and I am, in fact, a genuinely witty person. But here is what I did with it, and it's almost painful to describe because it's so revealing. I would deploy sophisticated humor, clever, layered, the kind of thing that lands beautifully in a room full of my intellectual peers, and I would aim it at, say, a woman 10 years younger than me on an app, and it would sail straight over her head and land as nothing, as boring, as a man trying too hard, because it was not calibrated to her, it was calibrated to impress, and there's the tell. My humor was not an offering of connection, a shared laugh, a moment of play. It was a bid. It was one more exhibit submitted to the court. Look how clever I am. Look how much smarter than the other men. Please rule in my favor. And people can feel the difference between a man playing with them and a man performing at them instantly, and the performance repels exactly as reliably as the neediness does, because it is the neediness, just wearing a tuxedo. I tried the negging, the push-pull, the mysterious and aloof, the abundance mindset posturing. I tried every trick under the sun. I ran the entire playbook. And none of it worked. Not a bit of it. And I want to tell you the 3 reasons why. Because these 3 reasons are the foundation the entire way out is built on. And if you get them, really get them, the rest of this book will feel less like advice and more like the only possible conclusion. The first reason the tactics failed: you cannot perform a state you are not in. Every one of those techniques was an attempt to perform outcome independence, to act like a man who didn't need the verdict. But I did need the verdict, in my bones, in my nervous system, in the empty chair in my chest, and a state that deep cannot be faked from the outside in. It leaks. It always leaks. It leaked through the timer. It leaked through the humor. It leaked through 1,000 microsignals below the level of anyone's conscious awareness. The slightly too long eye contact, the slightly too quick laugh, the energy of a man for whom this matters far too much. Women are not fooled by tactics, not because they're mystical, but because attraction operates below thought, and below thought it is reading your actual state, not your performance of a state, and your actual state was screaming need. You cannot perform not needing while you need. The performance is itself the evidence of the need. This is why the whole tactical dating guru industry ultimately fails the men who need it most. It teaches you to rearrange the surface while the depth stays exactly the same, and the depth is what's actually being read. The second reason, and this is the big one, the one in the chapter title, you cannot debug a feeling with logic, because the part of you that understands things and the part of you that feels the compulsion are not the same part, and they do not speak the same language, and the understanding part has almost no direct authority over the feeling part. Psychologists have 100 metaphors for this. One of the best is the rider and the elephant. Your conscious, rational mind is a small rider perched on top of a 6-ton elephant, which is your emotional, instinctive, limbic self. And the rider can nudge and suggest and plan, but when the elephant genuinely wants to go somewhere, the elephant goes, and the rider can either pretend it was his idea or get thrown. All my reading, all my information gathering, all my brilliant analysis, all of that was the rider getting smarter and smarter, building better and better maps, while the elephant, the part that actually reached for the phone at 2 a.m., could not read a single word of any of it. I understood my addiction at a doctoral level. I could have lectured on it, and the understanding lived in the rider, and the compulsion lived in the elephant, and the two never touched. This is the single most important thing to understand about why you're stuck. Your problem is not a lack of understanding. You probably already understand your situation better than any book could explain it. Your problem is that understanding is stored in the wrong part of you to do anything about the compulsion, and no amount of adding more understanding to the rider will ever by itself turn the elephant. That is why insight feels so good and changes so little. That is why you can listen to this entire book, nodding, moved, and reinstall the app tomorrow. The nodding is the rider. The reinstalling is the elephant. And the whole game, the real game, is learning to work with the elephant in the elephant's language, which is not logic. It is experience, repetition, and environment. We'll get to its language. But first you have to stop expecting the rider to win by argument, because he never, ever will. The third reason everything failed is the deepest, and it reframes the entire project. Every single technique I tried, every book, every tactic, kept the goal exactly the same. The goal was always, win the verdict. Get her to choose me. All the tactics were just optimizations of the pursuit. Better ways to hunt the same prey. Faster horses for the same doomed race. Not one of them ever questioned whether the race should be run at all. And that is why they could never have worked, even in principle, because the problem was never that I was pursuing the verdict inefficiently. The problem was that I was pursuing the verdict at all, that my worth was staked outside me, that the chair in my chest was empty. You cannot fix an empty chair by getting better at chasing people to sit in it. The chair does not need a better occupant. The chair needs you to come home and sit in it yourself. Every tactic was a deck chair being rearranged on a ship that was going down, not because the chairs were badly arranged, but because there was a hole in the hull. The hole was the exported locus of worth, and no tactic addresses the hole. Only a completely different kind of work addresses the hole. So let me now name that different kind of work, and give you the shape of the whole way out, because from here the book stops describing the disease and starts building the cure, and I want you to have the map before we walk it. The problem, correctly diagnosed at last, is two problems, wearing one face. Problem one is a behavioral addiction, a nervous system trained by a slot machine, a compulsion that lives in the elephant, a dopamine system recalibrated to cheap, fast reward. Problem two is a wound, an empty chair, a self-worth exported to an external locus, a boy at a mirror who never came home. And here is the crucial thing, the thing almost everyone gets wrong. You have to treat both, and you have to treat them in the right order, because they hold each other in place. The addiction keeps the wound open, because every hit of validation reinforces the belief that validation is where worth comes from. And the wound powers the addiction, because the empty chair creates the hunger that sends you to the machine. Treat only the behavior, white-knuckle the apps away without healing the wound, and you'll be the dry drunk, miserable and abstinent and one bad night from relapse, because the hunger is still there with nowhere to go. Treat only the wound, do all the therapy and insight in the world, while the slot machine keeps running in your pocket, and the machine will reopen the wound faster than you can heal it. You need both fronts. Break the loop and move the judge home. That is the whole cure in 6 words, and the rest of this book is how. And I have to tell you how I finally started, because it did not start with a technique. It started with a person, and I think that's not an accident. There was a man at my company, a senior engineer, I'll call him Saul, older than me, quiet, good at his work but not showy about it. And I had noticed something about Saul over the years that I could not name, and that faintly unsettled me, which was that he seemed simply at ease. In a building full of brilliant, anxious, status-jockeying people, all of us secretly checking something, Saul was not checking anything. He'd leave his phone face down for whole meetings. He took actual lunch breaks, alone sometimes, apparently content. He was married, unremarkably, happily as far as I could tell. But that wasn't it. It wasn't about the marriage. It was something in him, a kind of settledness, like a man who had stopped waiting to hear whether he was okay, because he had somehow already gotten the answer. And one day, at the lowest point, not long after the bathroom floor, I did something completely out of character. I asked him, I said, half as a joke to cover how serious it was, "Saul, how are you so, unbothered? What's your secret?" And he looked at me for a second, and he didn't give me a technique, and he didn't give me a slogan. He said, "I stopped outsourcing the question of whether I'm all right." Took me a long time. And then he said the thing that became the first handhold on the whole climb out. He said the phone thing, the checking, whatever you're doing, I did a version of it too. You're not going to think your way out of it. You have to starve it and build something else in the space, both at once. It's the most boring, unglamorous thing in the world, and it's the only thing that works. Starve it, and build something else in the space, both at once. That was the whole map, handed to me in a hallway by a man who had walked it. And the starving comes first, because you cannot build anything in a space that's still full of the machine, so that is where we start. Let me tell you about the reset. Chapter 14. The Reset. Saul said, "Starve it first," and he was right. And I want to be very precise about what starving it actually means, because I had deleted the apps 40 times already, and it had never once worked. So clearly, deletion by itself is not the answer. The difference between the 40 failed deletions and the one that held is the entire content of this chapter, and it comes down to 3 things I had never done before. I stopped relying on willpower and started engineering my environment. I understood in advance that it would get worse before it got better, and I did not do it in an empty space. I did it while building something in the space, which is the next chapter. Let me take the reset itself first, in full, as a protocol, because this is the behavioral front, the starving, and it is where you physically begin. And let me set the tone for everything that follows, because the recovery half of most books is soft, soothing, full of self-love and endless patience and being gentle with yourself. And I am telling you that softness is precisely why most men never get out. This is not a gentle process. This is a war against a machine that is smarter than you, better funded than you, and running every hour of every day, and against a version of yourself that wants to lose. You do not win a war by being tender with the enemy, and this enemy wears your own face. So I stopped being gentle with myself. I stopped treating my cravings as delicate feelings to be honored, and started treating them as the voice of a parasite that wanted me weak. I got hard. Not cruel, there is a difference, but hard, disciplined, unsentimental. The way a man gets when he finally understands that no one is coming, and softness is just a slower way of drowning. If you want the gentle version, there are 1,000 voices that will sell it to you while you stay exactly where you are. This is the other kind. Start with the correct mental model, because the wrong one dooms you. What we are doing is not punishment, and it is not giving up pleasure, which is how the word detox makes it sound. What we are doing is removing a specific, engineered, supernormal stimulus so that a nervous system that has been hammered flat can slowly resensitize. Remember the tolerance mechanism, the receptors dialed down, the volume of your whole life turned below the floor of hearing. The reset is not about becoming a monk. It is about pulling out the one screaming signal, so that, over time, the quiet signals become audible again, so that a meal can taste like something, and a walk can feel like something, and a woman's silence can stop feeling like death. You are not depriving yourself. You are giving yourself back the capacity to feel everything that isn't the machine. Frame it as deprivation, and you will white-knuckle it and lose. Frame it as the return of your own life, which is the truth, and you can actually do it. Now the method, and here's where the engineer in me finally became useful, instead of just being another way to overthink. I had spent years trying to beat the machine, with willpower, with the writer, with resolve, and losing every time. Because willpower is a finite resource that depletes over a day, and the machine is patient and runs 24 hours. So I stopped fighting the machine with my will and started defeating it with my environment. This is the single most important practical principle in the whole reset. Do not rely on resisting the urge in the moment. Instead, engineer your world so the urge is hard to act on and the better path is easy. Make the lever far away. Behavior follows friction, and you control the friction. So here's exactly what I did and what I'd have you do. I deleted the apps, but that had never been enough, so this time I deleted the accounts. Not deactivated, where the profile waits like a spider. Deleted, or as close to it as each platform allowed, so that coming back meant rebuilding from scratch, a real wall instead of a turnstile. I logged out of everything on every device and deliberately did not save the passwords, so that even the browser version required effort and a password reset. Friction, 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 every barrier buying me the 10 seconds an urge needs to pass. I turned off every single notification. Not most. Every one. A phone that does not light up and buzz is a phone that stops reaching into your pocket to grab you. You go to it instead of it coming to you, and that one change alone breaks a huge fraction of the automatic checking, because most of your checks are responses to a summons, and I cut the summons. I set the phone to grayscale, black and white, because the engineers who built these machines use color, the reds and the bright badges, precisely because color drives compulsion, and a gray screen is a boring screen, and boring is exactly what we want. And the big one, the one that mattered most, the phone did not come into the bedroom. I bought a cheap alarm clock, an actual clock, like it was 1995, and the phone charged overnight in the kitchen, so that the first 90 seconds of my morning, the ones the machine used to own completely, the overnight tally ritual, were now physically impossible, because the phone was in another room, and I woke up in my own life instead of in the feed. Small change. Enormous consequences. The morning is the keystone. When the first 90 seconds and you've changed the whole shape of the day, none of that is willpower. Read it back. Every single move is environmental, structural, done once, in a calm moment, so that it keeps working automatically in the weak moments when your will is gone. That is the secret the whole self-help industry underplays, because it doesn't sell as well as believe in yourself. You do not need more willpower, you need less need for willpower, and you get that by building a life where the trap is simply harder to fall into. Engineer the environment when you're strong, so it carries you when you're weak. Now I have to prepare you for the withdrawal, because this is where every man relapses, and he relapses for one reason. Nobody told him it was coming, so when it hit, he thought it meant the reset wasn't working, when in fact the withdrawal is the proof that it is working. Let me map it, honestly, day by day, because knowing the terrain is most of surviving it. The first day or two are often strangely easy, a honeymoon, the clean, bright relief of having done it, standing up out of the dirty water. I told you about that feeling, it's real. Then, around day 3, the pit begins, and the pit is bad, and I will not pretend it isn't. The phantom buzz starts, your leg feeling a vibration that isn't there, your hand reaching for a phone that's in another room, dozens of times an hour, the body running its old program and finding the lever gone. The boredom comes, and it does not feel like ordinary boredom. It feels like a kind of low-grade panic, an unbearable itch, a sense that you are missing something vital happening, just out of reach, because for years every empty moment was instantly filled, and now the empty moments are open and howling. And worst of all, the mood drops. Here is the part you must understand, or it will beat you. Your anhedonia gets worse before it gets better. Because you've removed the one cheap source of dopamine your brain had come to rely on, and the real sources haven't come back online yet, the receptors haven't resensitized, so for a week or two you are running on almost nothing, flat, gray, low, and every cell in you will scream that the solution is obvious. Just reinstall, just one check, just take the edge off. Days 3 through roughly 14 are the valley, and the valley is where the war is won or lost, and the only thing that gets you through it is knowing, in advance, that it is temporary, that it is not a sign of failure but the precise sensation of your brain healing, that you are feeling the withdrawal of a genuine addiction, and it will pass on a timeline if you can just not feed it. And then, somewhere in the second or third week, if you hold, something quiet and miraculous begins. The receptors start coming back, and the first thing you notice is small, almost silly, and I remember mine exactly. I ate a meal, an ordinary meal, and I tasted it, fully. And it was good, in a way food had not been good in years. And I actually stopped and noticed, because it had been so long since a slow, real thing had reached me, that its return was startling. Then a walk felt good. Then I sat in a cafe, and I want to tell you about this because it was one of the most important moments of my recovery, and it will sound like nothing. I sat in a cafe and drank a coffee, and I did not scan the room for women, because that machine was off too, and I did not check my phone, because it was gray and silent and boring, and I just drank the coffee, and it was just coffee, and it was, for the first time in 20 years, enough. A man alone, drinking a coffee, that is, just a coffee, wanting nothing from the room, waiting for no verdict. I nearly wept, because I understood, sitting there, that I had not had that, a single moment that was only itself in my entire adult life, and here it was, available, free, and it had been on the other side of 2 weeks of boredom the whole time. That is the doorway, and its name is boredom. And I have to say one more thing about boredom, because it is the most underestimated skill in modern life. For 20 years I had treated every empty moment as an emergency to be filled. The reset forced me to sit in empty moments unfilled, and it was agony at first, and then it was tolerable, and then, slowly, it became something I can only call spacious. Because it turns out that the empty moments are where a self lives. It is in the unfilled silence that your own thoughts finally surface, your own wants, your own boredom that turns, if you let it sit long enough, into curiosity, into creativity, into the first faint signal of what you might actually enjoy for its own sake. A man who cannot be bored can never know himself, because he never gives the self a quiet enough room to speak in. Learning to be bored again, learning to sit in a moment and not reach, that was not a side effect of the reset. It was half the point. I relapsed once during that first real reset, I'll be honest. Week 2, deep in the valley. I reinstalled one app at midnight and checked and felt the old hollow hit and deleted it again 20 minutes later. And the old me would have used that as proof that I was hopeless, would have spiraled, would have used the shame as an excuse to binge, because shame is fuel for the loop, remember. The new frame, the one Soul gave me, was different. A relapse is data, not identity. It is information about a weak point in your environment, not a verdict on your soul. So instead of drowning in shame, I asked the engineer's question calmly. What was the gap in the system that let that happen, and how do I close it? And I closed it, added a barrier, and moved on. Without the spiral, and that reframe relapse as data, not identity, is the difference between a stumble and a collapse. You will stumble, everyone stumbles. It only becomes a collapse if you let the stumble mean something about who you are. So that is the reset, the starving, the first front. Remove the supernormal stimulus. Engineer the environment so the machine is far and the good path is near. Understand the withdrawal is real. follows a timeline, and gets worse before it gets better, so the valley doesn't fool you. And let boredom back into your life, because boredom is the doorway your own self walks back through. But Saul said starve it and build something in the space, both at once, and he was emphatic about the both, because a starved space that stays empty does not stay empty for long. It pulls the machine right back in. So while the reset was running, I had to start building, and the first thing that had to be rebuilt was the thing the machine had flattened most, my ability to feel reward from anything real at all. Let me tell you how you relight a board that's gone dark. Chapter 15. Relight the Board. Imagine a stadium scoreboard, the huge kind made of thousands of bulbs, and imagine that over 20 years all the bulbs have gone dark, except one small cluster in the corner that some machine keeps flashing faster and brighter, until it's the only light in the whole stadium, and your eyes have forgotten there was ever anything else. That is what the validation loop did to my capacity for pleasure. It didn't just add one bad light, it let all the others go out. The reset, the starving, turns off that one screaming cluster in the corner, and that's necessary. But if you stop there, you are just a man sitting in a dark stadium, which is exactly the empty, gray, unbearable place the withdrawal drops you into. And it is why deletion alone always sent me crawling back. I could not tolerate the darkness, so I flipped the one light back on. The second front, the building, is relighting the rest of the board, one bulb at a time. And I have to teach you how, because it is not intuitive, and the way it feels while you're doing it will lie to you. Here's the principle, and it comes straight out of the neuroscience we already covered. Your reward system is not fixed. It is plastic. It recalibrates to whatever you feed it. It got flattened by fast, cheap, effortless dopamine, and it resensitizes. It comes back to life in response to slow, earned, effortful reward. That is the whole mechanism. Cheap dopamine, the machine, gives you a huge spike for no effort and leaves you emptier. Earned dopamine, the kind you get from effort, from difficulty, from doing the real hard thing, gives you a smaller, slower, rounder reward that actually builds the system back up instead of tearing it down, and crucially, it leaves you fuller than it found you. The machine is a loan shark, instant cash, ruinous interest. Real effort is a savings account, slow deposits, compounding returns. To relight the board, you have to start making deposits, and you have to keep making them through the period where the account still reads near zero, because that period is real, and it is the whole test. Because here's the lie I promised you, the thing that will fool you. At first, the real rewards do not feel like much. This is the cruelest trick of the recovery, and it's where men quit. You go for the run, and it does not feel amazing. It feels like a chore that leaves you tired. You sit down to the craft you used to love, and it feels flat and effortful, and your mind keeps drifting to the phone. You have a real conversation, and it's fine, just fine, not a spike, not a rush, and your recalibrated brain, still tuned to the machine's screaming, evaluates these quiet, real rewards against the memory of the spike and concludes, this is nothing, this is boring, why bother? And that judgment is wrong. It is the anhedonia talking. It is a broken instrument reading low because it's broken, and if you believe it, you will quit and go back to the one bright light. The discipline of this phase is to keep making the deposits on faith, on schedule, not on feeling, to do the real things repeatedly, even though they don't yet register, because you are not doing them for today's feeling. You are doing them to rebuild the machine that will let you feel again. You are relighting bulbs that don't glow yet. And then, week by week, they start to glow. The run starts to feel good. The craft pulls you in again. The conversation lands. The board comes back on, one bulb at a time, and one day you look up and the stadium has light in it again. Real light, spread out, warm. And you realize you can see your whole life again. And it was there the whole time, waiting in the dark for you to stop staring at the corner. Let me get concrete about which bulbs, because do real things is useless without specifics. The body first, and I want to be careful here because this is where every self-help book lands, and I need to frame it correctly for this book. Yes, I started training, seriously, physically. But not as a project to get hot enough to finally win the verdict. That's the old disease. That's building the body as bait, and if that's your motive, it will curdle. I trained because effortful physical work is the single most reliable way to produce earned dopamine and to generate something the machine can never give you. Self-respect that you built with your own body and that no one can revoke. When you do a hard physical thing, you are not asking anyone's permission to feel worthy. You did the thing. It's yours. The barbell does not care about your face. It gives you exactly what you earn, every time. A vending machine of self-respect in a world of slot machines. And that reliability, that unrevocable quality, is medicine for a man whose whole life ran on a reward that could be taken away at any second. The changed body was a side effect. The point was a man doing a hard thing for himself and collecting a reward no one could withhold. Then, a craft. For me, it was building things again. The thing I had loved as a kid before I loved it for what it could get me. Coding for the pure pleasure of making something work. And also, and this surprised me, working with my hands, wood, physical things. Because there is a specific earned reward in making an object that exists in the world. The key, the absolutely essential key, was that I did these things for their own sake. Remember the deepest wound of the colonized life, that I had never once done anything purely for itself, that every cafe and hobby and course was secretly a lottery ticket for the verdict. The cure for that is not abstract. It is concrete, and it is practiced. You deliberately do things that have no possible audience, no way to be seen, no woman anywhere near them, precisely so that you can relearn what it feels like to want something and do something for no reason but that it is yours. I would build something no one would ever see. I would take a walk on a route with no cafes and no people, just a walk. I would read a book I would never mention to anyone. And every one of those private, unwitnessed, unproductive acts was me slowly rebuilding a self that existed for me, teaching the boy who had been performing since 14 that he was allowed to simply do things and be things, with no verdict pending, no judge watching, no payoff but the thing itself. That is intrinsic motivation. And the psychologists who study it, Dacey and Ryan, whose work becomes central in a couple of chapters, have shown for decades that it is the wellspring of actual durable human well-being, and that a life run entirely on extrinsic rewards, on doing things for the external payoff, reliably produces exactly the anxious, empty, joyless condition I was in. I had to relearn how to want things for myself. It is a skill. It had atrophied to nothing. It came back the same way the pleasure did, slowly, through repetition, one unwitnessed act at a time. And I added discomfort on purpose, which sounds strange but is one of the most powerful tools, so let me explain it. Cold water, hard workouts, fasting sometimes, sitting in boredom without reaching. Difficult, effortful, uncomfortable things chosen deliberately. And here is why it works. A brain wrecked by cheap, easy pleasure is a brain that has forgotten that reward lives on the far side of effort, that has been trained to expect the payoff for nothing. Voluntary discomfort retrains that. It reteaches the brain the oldest and truest law of a good life, that the real rewards are earned, that you feel best not after the easy thing, but after the hard thing, that satisfaction and effort are wired together, and the machine had cut the wire. Every cold shower was me repairing that wire. And there's a bonus. Doing hard, uncomfortable things on purpose builds a specific kind of confidence that no validation can. The quiet knowledge that you can make yourself do difficult things, that you are not at the mercy of your own comfort seeking. And a man who knows he can master his own impulses in the small arena of a cold shower starts to believe he can master them in the large arena of a buzzing phone, and he's right. I want to be honest about the timeline, because the honesty is the gift. This is not a weekend. The reset's acute withdrawal is a couple of weeks, but relighting the whole board, rebuilding a flattened reward system and a self that can enjoy real things, that is months. For me, the real turn, the point where I looked up and the stadium was genuinely lit again, where I was reliably enjoying my life, waking up without the reach, tasting my food, absorbed in my work, was somewhere around the 2 to 3 month mark, and it kept deepening for a year. That sounds long until you compare it to 20 years in the dark, at which point it is the greatest bargain ever offered to a human being, a few hard months to get back a life you thought was gone. And you do not do it in one heroic leap, you do it the way you do everything real, one ordinary day at a time, one deposit at a time, one bulb at a time, mostly on faith, until faith becomes feeling. But I have to be straight with you about something, because if I let you believe the reset and the rebuild were the whole cure, I'd be lying. And this is where a lot of recovery advice stops, and it's why a lot of recovery fails. I did all this, the starving, the relighting, and the urges still came. Months in, feeling better, board lit, life returning, I would still, out of nowhere, feel the old pull, the craving to check, to seek the verdict, sharp and sudden, triggered by a lonely night or a hard day or nothing at all, because the behavioral loop was quieting, but the wound underneath, the empty chair, was not yet healed, and an unhealed wound keeps generating the hunger no matter how good your habits get. So I needed 2 more things, and they are the deepest things in this book. I needed a way to handle the urges when they came, in the moment, without feeding them, a real technique, not willpower. And I needed to finally do the thing I had avoided my entire life, the thing all of this had been circling. I needed to heal the wound itself, to walk the judge home, to fill the empty chair. The urges first, because they're what will take you down while you do the deeper work. Let me teach you to surf. Chapter 16. Surf the Urge. Here is the moment the whole war actually gets fought, and it is much smaller than you think. It is not a grand battle. It is a single instant, repeated, the instant the urge hits and you have not yet acted. A craving arrives, sudden, to check, to reinstall, to seek the verdict, and for a few seconds before your hand moves, there is a gap, a tiny open space between the urge and the action, and everything, your entire recovery, lives or dies in that gap. Most men never even notice the gap exists, because they have always, instantly, filled it, acted before they knew they'd decided. The single most important skill I learned, the one that did more than any other, was learning to live inside that gap, to stretch it, and to let the urge pass through it without obeying. It is called urge surfing, and it is grounded in the actual clinical science of how compulsions are broken, and it changed everything, so let me teach it to you properly, the way a therapist named Dr. Farrow finally taught it to me after I'd wasted years trying to white-knuckle my way through cravings and failing. Start with the thing about urges that no one tells you, the single fact that dissolves most of their power. An urge is a wave. It rises, it peaks, and it falls, on its own, whether or not you act on it. It is not a straight line that climbs forever until you finally give in to make it stop. It is a wave with a crest, and if you simply do not act, it crests and it recedes. Always, every time, usually within 10 to 20 minutes, often much less. And here is why almost no one knows this, why it was a revelation to me at 34. Because you have always acted before the crest. Every single time in your life you felt the urge to check, you checked. Quickly. So you have decades of experience with the rising half of the wave, and zero experience with the falling half. You have never once let a big urge run its full course without feeding it, so you genuinely do not know in your body that it would pass. And your brain, in the grip of it, is certain it won't, is certain the only way to make it stop is to obey it. That certainty is a lie, and the only way to learn it's a lie is to ride one wave, just one, all the way to the other side, and feel it fall on its own, because after that you have proof, in your own nervous system, that the urge is survivable, that it passes, that you don't have to obey it, and that proof changes you. Now the deeper mechanism, because urge surfing sits on top of the single most effective treatment psychology has ever developed for compulsions, and it's worth understanding why it works so you'll trust it enough to do it. The treatment is called exposure and response prevention, and it is the gold standard evidence-based treatment for obsessive-compulsive disorder, which, at the level of mechanism, is a very close cousin of what we have. Here is how compulsions actually work, and I want you to see your own phone checking in this. You feel anxiety, or a craving, some uncomfortable internal state. You perform a compulsion, you check, and the checking relieves the discomfort, briefly. And your brain, which learns from consequences, draws a catastrophic lesson. The compulsion was necessary, the discomfort was dangerous, and checking is what saved you from it. So the next time the discomfort comes, the urge to check is even stronger, because your brain now believes checking is essential to survival. Every time you check, you are not relieving the problem. You are teaching your brain that the anxiety was an emergency, and the checking was the cure, which makes the whole loop stronger. The checking is not the release from the trap. The checking is the trap, tightening. Exposure and response prevention breaks the loop by doing exactly what the name says. You expose yourself to the discomfort, the urge, the anxiety, and you prevent the response, the checking, and you let the anxiety rise and, crucially, fall on its own without the compulsion. And when you do that, when you feel the full urge and do not check and let it pass, your brain learns the opposite lesson, the true one. The discomfort was not dangerous, it passed on its own, and the checking was never necessary. And that lesson, repeated, extinguishes the compulsion. Not suppresses it, extinguishes it, unwires it, because the reinforcement that kept it alive is finally cut. Every single urge you surf without acting is a representative that weakens the loop, physically, in your brain. You are not just resisting the craving. You are, in that moment, rewiring the circuit that generates the craving. teaching it, through direct experience, that the alarm was false. This is why it's the gap that matters. Every surfed urge is a therapeutic dose. Every obeyed urge is a booster shot for the disease. So here is the actual practice, the mechanics, what you do when the wave hits. First, you notice it and you name it silently. This is an urge. That alone creates the gap, because naming it means you are now the observer of the urge rather than the urge itself, and that half step of distance is everything. Second, you locate it in your body, because an urge is not actually an abstract command, it is a physical sensation, and when you look for it directly, you find it is a specific tightness, a restlessness in the hands, a pull behind the sternum, a buzzing, and you just observe that sensation with curiosity, the way you'd observe weather, without fighting it, and without obeying it, because fighting it feeds it, and obeying it feeds it, but watching it starves it. Third, you breathe, and you wait, and you tell yourself the true thing. This is a wave, it will crest, it will pass, I do not have to do anything, I only have to let it move through. You can use the delay, the 10-minute rule, which is beautiful because it is not no, which the craving will fight. It is not yet, which the craving cannot argue with. I can check in 10 minutes if I still want to. And you occupy your hands, you go do a physical thing, and almost always, long before the 10 minutes are up, you notice the wave has already fallen, and the terrible urgency that felt like it would last forever has quietly dissolved into nothing, and you are left with the astonishing, freeing realization that you just wanted something intensely, and did not act on it, and nothing bad happened at all. The sky did not fall. The urge just left, like a guest who leaves on his own if you simply stop feeding him. I want to give you the reframe that made this click for me, because it's the heart of it. For my whole life, I'd experienced the urge as a command, as an emergency, as a thing that had authority over me, and so I obeyed it the way you obey a fire alarm. Dr. Farah reframed it in one sentence that I have never forgotten. She said, "The urge cannot make you do anything. It can only ask." That's it. That's the whole liberation. The urge has no hands. It cannot pick up your phone. It cannot reinstall the app. It can only generate a sensation and a suggestion. And every ounce of power it has ever had over you is power you handed it by treating its suggestion as an order. It is not an order. It is a ghost of an old habit, a wave of sensation with a story attached. And it is asking. And for 20 years, I said yes every time so fast I never noticed I was answering. And the entire practice is just learning to hear the question, and more often, to say, gently, not now, and watch the ghost dissolve, because ghosts have no power except the power of the men who obey them. I will be honest about the difficulty. At the start, the waves are big. Deep in the reset, an urge could be enormous, a roaring thing that felt genuinely unsurvivable, and surfing those early ones was some of the hardest internal work I have ever done, sitting with a craving that screamed while I breathed and waited and did not move. But here is the promise, and it is kept. They shrink. Every wave you ride comes back smaller, because you're extinguishing the circuit, and the ones you obey come back bigger, because you're feeding it. And this is the most hopeful math in the whole recovery, because it means every single time you surf one, you are not just getting through a hard moment, you are permanently reducing the size of all the future ones. A year in, the urges that used to level me had become small, occasional, almost quaint, a little flicker I'd notice and let pass without effort, like a habit of glancing at a clock that isn't on the wall anymore. The waves that once owned me had become ripples because I'd surfed enough of them to teach the whole machine that the alarm was false. That is what freedom actually looks like at the level of the nervous system. Not the absence of the urge, but the urge reduced to a whisper you can smile at and let go. So now you have the two behavioral fronts complete. Starve the machine and engineer the environment, that's the reset. Rebuild real reward and a self that exists for itself, that's relighting the board. And ride the urges without feeding them, that's the surfing, the daily practice that extinguishes the loop one wave at a time. If you do only these, you will get dramatically better, you will break the compulsion, you will get your life back at the level of behavior. But you will still be, underneath, a man with an empty chair, vulnerable, one bad season from relapse, because the behavioral work quiets the hunger without healing what generates it. To be truly free, not just abstinent but free, you have to go all the way down to the wound and do the thing this entire book has been walking toward, the thing I avoided for 20 years because it was the only thing that actually scared me. You have to move the judge. You have to walk him home from the courthouse where he's been sitting since you were 14, and sit him down in the empty chair in your own chest, and become, at last, the one who rules on your own worth. That is the deepest work there is, and it is the real cure, and everything until now has just been clearing the ground for it. Let me show you how a man actually does it. Chapter 17. Move the judge. Everything until now has been clearing ground. Necessary ground clearing, the reset, the rebuild, the surfing. Without it, you can't even begin, but ground clearing. This chapter is the building itself, the actual cure, the deepest work there is, and it is the answer to the question this whole book has been circling since the first page. How does a man take the judgment of his own worth out of the hands of women and bring it home into his own chest? How do you fill the empty chair? Because that chair, that empty chair, where your own self-worth was supposed to sit, is the thing generating everything else. The compulsion, the checking, the chasing, the neediness that leaks, the contempt, the anhedonia, all of it flows from that one emptiness, from the fact that the judge of whether you are okay has been sitting in an external courtroom since you were 14, and you have been running to that courtroom your whole life to hear a verdict that can never be final because the judge isn't yours. You cannot outcheck, outchase, or outachieve an empty chair. You can only fill it. And I am going to tell you exactly how, concretely, grounded in the real psychology, because this is where the freedom actually is. And I have to correct something before we begin, because the world will lie to you about this chapter more than any other. The self-therapeutic culture will tell you that you are already enough, worthy exactly as you are, that self-worth is your birthright, and you simply have to remember it, look in the mirror, and say the words. That is a lie, and it is a lie that kept me weak for years, and I am going to give you the brutal truth instead. Worth is not gifted, it is built, and a man who has built nothing, disciplined nothing, mastered nothing, kept no hard promises to himself, and earned no self-respect, does not get to feel worthy by chanting at a mirror, and the deepest part of him knows it, which is exactly why the affirmations ring hollow and change nothing. The empty chair does not get filled with words. It gets filled with evidence, and evidence has to be earned. In the gym, in the work, in the keeping of promises that cost you something, in the doing of hard things you swore you would do. That is brutal news for a man who wanted to feel better today, and it is the best news there is, because it means your worth is finally in your own hands instead of a stranger's thumbs, and hands can build. The world does not reward virtue. It does not reward what you deserve. It rewards demonstrated value, and so does the mirror, and so, in the cold end, does she. So stop trying to feel worthy. Go become worthy, by your own standard, through work no one will clap for, and the feeling will follow the fact the way it always does, late and earned and unshakable. First, understand what you're doing in the language of the science, because it makes it real instead of mystical. Remember Rogers and the locus of evaluation, the location of the judge. A healthy man's locus is internal. The judge lives in his own chest, answerable to his own values. A wounded man's locus is external. The judge lives in the crowd, in the verdict, in her. Moving the judge means moving your locus of evaluation from outside to inside, and that is not a decision you make once. It is a structure you build over time, the way you'd build muscle or a savings account, through repeated deposits, and I'm going to give you the specific deposits. The first deposit is choosing better contingencies. Remember, Crocker, that you stake your worth on something and become its slave. You cannot have zero contingencies. No human does. Your worth will rest on something. But you can choose what. And the entire game is to move your worth off the things that are external and uncontrollable and revocable, women's approval, a stranger's swipe, the verdict, and onto things that are internal and controllable and yours. Your integrity, your effort, whether you lived today by the values you actually hold, whether you are the kind of man you respect. Watch the difference. If my worth is staked on whether she texts back, then my worth lives in her hands and can be destroyed by her silence, which is exactly the hell I lived in. But if my worth is staked on whether I acted with integrity today, whether I did my work well, whether I kept my word, whether I treated people decently, then my worth lives in my hands, because I control those things, entirely, regardless of what any woman does. A man whose worth rests on his own conduct can be rejected by every woman on earth, and his foundation does not move, because none of them were ever holding it. That is the first and most important shift, and it is a choice you make daily, deliberately, redirecting the question from, did they approve of me, to do I approve of how I live today? The second deposit is meeting the real needs directly, and this is where I have to give you the framework that reorganized my whole understanding, from two psychologists named Deci and Ryan, called self-determination theory. They spent decades proving that human beings have three fundamental psychological needs, and that meeting them is the basis of genuine well-being, and the three are these: autonomy, doing things for your own authentic reasons rather than for external pressure or reward; competence, being genuinely effective at things that matter to you; and relatedness, real mutual connection with other people. Now here is the revelation that hit me like a physical blow when I understood it. Female validation was a counterfeit for all three of these at once, and that is exactly why it had such a grip on me. A woman choosing me felt like relatedness, connection, but it wasn't. It was a verdict from a stranger, not a bond. It felt like competence, like I was good enough, like I'd succeeded, but it wasn't earned mastery, it was a swipe. And it even counterfeited autonomy in a sick way, the illusion of a life full of choices and pursuit. The machine was selling me fake versions of my three deepest needs, which is why it was so addictive and so unsatisfying at once, because counterfeits look like the real thing and nourish like sawdust. And the cure, therefore, is not to kill the needs. The needs are healthy and real. The cure is to meet them for real. Build genuine autonomy by running your life on your own reasons. Build genuine competence through real effort and real skill. And build genuine relatedness through real human connection, which gets its own chapter because it's that important. When the real needs are actually being met, the counterfeit loses its customer. You stop buying the fake connection because you finally have real connection. You stop buying the fake competence because you have real mastery. The machine goes quiet not because you white-knuckled it away, but because you finally gave yourself the actual meal, and a fed man does not crave sawdust. The third deposit, and this is the mechanical heart of filling the chair, is building self-trust through kept promises. And I want to slow down here because this is the most concrete and most powerful thing in the chapter. Your worth in your own eyes is not built by telling yourself you're worthy. Affirmations don't work, we established why. The writer can't talk the elephant into anything, and a man who says, "I am enough," in the mirror while checking his phone 300 times a day is not fooling the deepest part of himself, which is watching what he does, not what he says. Self-worth, real self-worth, the kind that fills the chair, is built exactly the way trust in any other person is built, through evidence, through a track record, through a history of promises made and kept. You trust a friend who does what he says he'll do, reliably, over years. And you learn to trust yourself, to genuinely respect yourself the same way, by making promises to yourself and keeping them over and over until you have accumulated a mountain of evidence that you are a man who does what he says, who shows up for himself, who can be counted on. Every time you say you'll train and you train, every time you say you'll do the hard thing and you do it, every time you keep the smallest promise to yourself, you make a deposit in a self-respect account that no woman controls and no rejection can withdraw. And this is why the behavioral work earlier was never just about behavior. Every surfed urge, every kept commitment to the reset, every cold shower, every unwitnessed act done for its own sake was also a deposit of self-trust, was also evidence submitted to the internal judge that you are becoming a man worth respecting. The chair does not get filled by a mantra. It gets filled by 1,000 kept promises, until one day you realize you respect the man you've become, not because anyone told you to, but because you have watched him, up close, for a long time, doing what he said he'd do, and the respect is simply the honest conclusion of the evidence. And there is a fourth deposit, and it's the one that finally addresses the boy at the mirror, because you cannot fully move the judge without going back and dealing with the 14-year-old who first appointed him. I had to go back to that boy, and not with affirmations, telling him he was handsome, which he wouldn't have believed, and which misses the point entirely. I had to do two harder things. First, I had to grieve. I had to actually mourn what that boy lost, the years, the connection, the being chosen he ached for and didn't get, the whole lonely decade, because it was a real loss and I had never once let myself feel it. I'd only ever tried to outachieve it or numb it or blame my face for it. And grief, felt, actually moves through and out, the way we said early on, while grief avoided just runs the machine forever. And second, I had to forgive him, that boy, for the cope, for deciding it was his face, for the whole flawed strategy that ran my life. Because he was 14 and in pain, and he did the best he could with what he had. He grabbed the branch that would hold him, and he was not stupid or weak. He was a child protecting himself the only way he knew, and he deserves compassion, not the contempt I'd aimed at myself for 20 years. That self-compassion is not softness. It is not letting yourself off the hook. It is the precondition for change. Because a man who hates himself cannot heal. Hatred is just more of the wound. And the boy at the wall did not need one more person despising him. He had me despising him for 2 decades, and it only fed the disease. He needed me, the grown man, to come back and sit with him and say, "You were never ugly, and even if you had been, it was never the reason. The reason was that we handed your worth to people who couldn't hold it, and that wasn't your fault, and I'm here now and I've got it, you can put it down." Overturning the boy's verdict is not done by arguing with it. It is done by becoming, in the present, a man who lives as if the verdict were false, until the living becomes the proof. Let me tell you how I knew the judge had actually moved. Because it did not come as a triumphant epiphany, it came as an absence, which is how the deepest changes always come. There was a woman, well into my recovery, that I'd been seeing, that I liked, and it ended. She chose someone else, the old wound's exact scenario, the Sophia walking away, and I waited for the collapse. I braced for it, the drop in the stomach, the erasure, the spiral, the reach for the machine, 20 years of muscle memory tensing for the blow, and it did not come. I felt disappointment, real and clean. I'd wanted it to work, and it hadn't. And that's sad, a normal human sadness that moved through me over a few days like weather. But the foundation did not move. The floor under me held. Because the thing she was rejecting was no longer the thing my worth was standing on. My worth was standing on my own conduct, my own kept promises, my own values lived. The mountain of evidence I'd been building for a year that I was a man I could respect, and none of that was in her hands. So her walking away took what it could reach, a relationship I'd wanted, and could not touch what it couldn't reach, which was me, the actual foundation of me. And I stood there in that clean, survivable disappointment, and I understood, quietly, that I was free, not because it didn't hurt, because it hurt in the right place, on the surface, where a lost relationship is supposed to hurt, and left the core untouched, because the core was finally mine. The judge had come home. The chair was full, and a man whose chair is full does not need to drag anyone into it, which changes everything about how he moves through the world, and, as it turned out, everything about how the world, including the women I'd chased my whole life, began to move toward him. But before we get to that, to the strangest and most ironic part of the whole story, I have to tell you about the one need I've kept saying deserves its own chapter, because filling the chair alone, in a room, is not the whole of it. A man is not built to be an island, and the loneliness under all of this was real, and it needed a real answer, not a digital one. Let me tell you about real faces. Chapter 18. Real Faces. I need to tell you the truth about what I was actually hungry for all those years, all those 340 checks a day, because I had it wrong the entire time, and getting it right is the last piece of the cure. I thought I was hungry for validation. I thought I was hungry for a woman to choose me. But underneath the validation, underneath the wanting to be chosen, was something older and simpler and more human that the validation was only ever a broken substitute for. I was hungry to be known. I was starving, to death almost, for real connection, and I had been trying to feed that starvation with the one thing that can never nourish it, the approval of people who did not know me at all. Let me draw the distinction that took me 34 years to understand, because it is the whole chapter, and maybe the whole book. There is being liked, and there is being known, and they are not the same thing, and one of them is empty, and one of them is everything. Being liked is when people approve of you, respond to you, choose you, based on what they can see. the surface, the image, the profile, the performance. Being known is when a person sees the actual you, the real one, the flawed and frightened and unimpressive parts, along with the good ones, and stays and cares about you anyway, not the image, you. And here's the thing I had done with my whole life without realizing it. I had chosen being liked over being known every single time, because being liked is safe and being known is terrifying. Being liked costs you nothing real. You just show the good side, the curated side, the built man, and collect the approval, and it means nothing because they don't know you, so their approval can't reach the part of you that's afraid, but it also can't hurt that part. It's safe, it's empty and safe. Being known requires you to show the real thing, the face, the fear, the actual self, and risk that they'll see it and leave, which, to a man who has believed since 14 that his real self is unlovable, is the most dangerous thing in the world. So I spent my life collecting likes from strangers because it was safe, and starving for the connection that only being known can give, because being known meant risking the exact rejection I'd organized my whole life to avoid. Do you see how the machine is the perfect trap for this particular fear? The machine offers infinite being liked with zero risk of being known. A match is approval from someone who has seen only your best angle and your best line. A like is approval from someone who knows nothing of you. It is pure being liked, distilled, endless, safe, and utterly empty, and I gorged on it precisely because it let me feel the ghost of connection without the terror of actually being seen. And it could never satisfy me no matter how much I consumed, because it was feeding the wrong hunger. You cannot cure loneliness with approval from strangers any more than you can cure thirst with salt water, and I drank the ocean for 20 years and got thirstier, because the thing I actually needed, to be known and stay, was the one thing the machine is structurally incapable of providing, and in fact actively prevents, because every hour on the machine is an hour not spent in the terrifying, nourishing work of letting a real person see the real you. So the cure, the relatedness that DC and Ryan named as one of the 3 irreducible human needs, is not more or better validation. It is the opposite. It is the risk of being known, and I had to rebuild it almost from scratch, because the machine hadn't just failed to give me connection, it had eaten the real connections I did have. My friendships had withered because I was never present, always half under the table on the phone, and you cannot be known by people you are never actually with. So I had to go back, deliberately, humbly, and rebuild real relationships with real people in real rooms. And it was awkward at first, the way any atrophied muscle is. And it was worth more than everything the machine ever gave me combined. Let me tell you about the first time I let myself actually be known, because it was one of the most frightening and most important things I ever did, and it points the way for you. I told someone the truth, not the curated version, the real one. I sat down with a friend I'd known for years, but never actually let in, and I told him about all of it, the checking, the 340, the reinstalls, the bathroom floor, the night I looked up how to kill my own desire, the whole humiliating truth of what my life had secretly been. And I want you to understand the terror of that, for a man whose entire strategy since 14 was to hide the real self and show only the impressive one. I was certain, on some deep level, that if I showed him the real thing, he would recoil, because the real thing was unlovable. That was the founding belief of my whole life. And he did not recoil. He leaned in. He said quietly, "Man, I think I've got a version of that too." And then he told me his, and we sat there, 2 men who had known each other for a decade and never once been known to each other, finally actually meeting, and something in my chest that had been clenched since a gym at 14 came loose in a way that no match, no like, no verdict, no woman's approval had ever come close to touching. Because I had risked being known, shown the worst of myself, and been met with acceptance instead of rejection, and that is the corrective experience. That is the thing that actually heals the founding wound, not being told you're lovable, but being seen, fully, at your worst, and not left. One real moment of being known does more for the empty chair than 10,000 likes, because it addresses the actual wound instead of the symptom. And here's what I want every man in this trap to hear, because it's counterintuitive and it's crucial. The connection you're starving for is far more available in a room full of men than you think, and male friendship, real male friendship, the kind where you actually tell each other the truth, is one of the most underused medicines in a lonely man's life. So much of the female validation hunger is, underneath, a broader starvation for connection that has been funneled entirely onto women, because we've been taught that women are where emotional intimacy lives, and men are where competition lives. And so the lonely man aims his entire need for connection at women, which puts an impossible weight on female attention, makes every rejection catastrophic, because she isn't just a woman, she's the sole channel for his entire unmet need to be known. Take some of that weight off. Build real friendships with men who will know you. Find or build a community, a group, a room where you show up as yourself. Because when your need for connection is being met across your whole life, by friends, by family, by community, by people who actually know you, then no single woman has to carry the impossible weight of being your only source of it, and, paradoxically, that makes you far better with women, not worse, because you can finally meet a woman as one connection among many, rather than as the emergency rescue from total isolation. Let me be practical about how you rebuild this, because go get real connection is as useless as just stop checking if I don't tell you how, and the how matters because the wound makes it hard. The first thing to understand is that you will not feel like it, ever, at the start, because isolation is self-reinforcing. The longer you're alone, the more the idea of reaching out to people feels exhausting and exposing and pointless, and the machine has made it worse by giving you a counterfeit that requires none of the effort of the real thing. So you cannot wait to feel like connecting. You have to schedule it the way you schedule the gym. Treat it as a practice, not a mood. Reach out to one old friend this week, whether or not you feel like it. Say yes to the thing you'd normally decline. Put your body in rooms with people on a regular schedule. Join the thing that meets in person, and keep showing up past the awkward early phase where it doesn't click yet. Because connection, like the reward system, resensitizes slowly, through repetition, and the first few real interactions after a long isolation feel stiff and effortful the same way the first few workouts do, and mean nothing about whether it's working. And the second thing, the harder thing, is that you have to practice letting yourself be a little more known than is comfortable, in small increments, telling one true thing about yourself that you'd normally hide, showing one real edge instead of the curated surface, because every time you do that and are not rejected, you deposit evidence against the founding belief that the real you is unlovable, and that evidence, accumulated, is what actually heals the wound that the whole disease grew from. Being liked you can get from a machine. Being known you can only get by risking it. In person, with real people, on purpose, again and again, until the risking gets easier, and the knowing gets deeper, and you wake up one day inside a web of real relationships that make the machine's counterfeit look like exactly the sad, thin, empty thing it always was. I want to close this chapter with my sister, because relatedness healed something there too, and it's the redemption I most needed. Remember that I'd had to sit at the family table and watch the machine reach for Nadia, and say nothing, because I had no standing, no clean hands. Well, somewhere in the recovery, once I'd done enough of the real work that I wasn't a hypocrite anymore, I could finally talk to her. And I didn't lecture her. I did the thing that actually works. I let myself be known to her. I told her the truth about my own 20 years in the trap, the whole thing, brother to sister, no performance, and I watched her face change as she recognized her own smaller version of it in my larger one. And that conversation, which I could only have because I'd done the work, may be the most important thing my recovery ever produced, because it might have spared her a decade of the road I walked. And that is the deepest argument for getting free that I know. Not that it will get you the girl, though we'll talk about that, but that a man who has filled his own chair and learned to be known becomes able to help the people he loves in ways a starving man never can, becomes a source of something instead of a sink for it, becomes, finally, useful to the people at his own table. That is worth more than every verdict I ever chased. So the chair is filling, from the inside through kept promises and lived values, and from the outside through real connection with people who know me. And I was becoming, without quite noticing the day it happened, a genuinely different man. Present, settled, running my life on my own reasons, not reaching. And here is where the story takes the turn I could never have predicted, the strange and almost funny irony that I have to tell you about carefully, because it's the payoff, and it's also the last place the disease tries to sneak back in. Because when a man actually changes like this, when the neediness is genuinely gone because the need is genuinely met, women notice, including the exact women I'd chased and failed to win my entire life. The attention I'd starved for since 14 finally started to come, and I have to tell you what that was like, and why, when it finally arrived, it didn't mean the whole world to me anymore. Because that right there, is what freedom actually feels like. Chapter 19. Wanting instead of needing. I have to tell you about the irony now, the strange twist at the end of the whole story, and I have to tell it very carefully, because it is the payoff you have been waiting for, and it is also the exact place where the disease will try, one last time, to sneak back in through the front door dressed as a reward. Here is the irony, plainly. When I finally stopped needing women's validation started coming, including from the women I had chased and failed to win my entire life, the Sophias, the exact kind of beautiful chosen woman whose attention I had been starving for since I stood against that gym wall at 14. After 20 years of it not coming, it came, and it came right at the moment I no longer needed it, and I need to explain both why that happened and why it did not fix me, because it did not fix me, and the not fixing is the whole point. And I am going to say the coldest true thing in this whole book right here, because you have earned it, and because it is the engine of everything. The moment you genuinely stop needing a woman's validation, you gain a kind of power over your own life that no amount of chasing could ever buy, and yes, ironically, a kind of power in front of women too, and I refuse to pretend that power does not feel good, because pretending would be one more lie. Here is the brutal mechanic of it. The man who needs her approval is owned by anyone who can withhold it, which is everyone. The man who does not need it is owned by no one. He cannot be manipulated, cannot be crushed by a silence, cannot be made to dance for a green dot, and he walks through the same brutal marketplace that once destroyed him as a free man. And free men are calm and dangerous and magnetic in a way the needy can only ever fake. I did not do the work in order to get this power. That is the paradox. You cannot chase it, or it evaporates in your hand. But I will not lie and tell you I don't savor it now. The cold, clean freedom of a man whose happiness is no longer for sale to anyone. Want that freedom more than you want any woman. It is worth more than any woman. And, not that it matters to a free man, it is also the only thing that was ever going to get you one worth keeping. Why it happened is not mysterious, and the red pill was right about the mechanism even though it was wrong about almost everything else. Neediness repels and its absence attracts, and I had spent years trying to perform the absence of neediness with tactics, the timed replies, the fake abundance, and it never worked because the neediness was still there underneath, leaking through every signal. But now the neediness was not being performed as gone. It was gone. Actually gone. Because the need it came from was actually met, the chair was actually full, and so for the first time in my life I could be in a room with a beautiful woman and be genuinely present, not auditioning, not performing, not scanning her face for the verdict, not staking my worth on the outcome, just there, relaxed, myself, curious about her as an actual person, able to laugh and to disagree and to lose interest and to walk away, and that state, that genuine self-possession, is magnetic in a way no tactic can fake, because it is the real thing the tactics were always trying to counterfeit. I had become, without trying to, the man the dating gurus tell you to pretend to be, and I became him not by pretending but by healing, and the difference between the two is the difference between a mask and a face, and women can tell the difference instantly, always, because attraction reads the real state, not the performance. We established that 100 pages ago, and now it was finally reading a real state worth being attracted to. So the attention came. And here is where I have to stop you, and stop myself, because there is a poison hidden in this exact moment, and it is the poison that ruins men who get this far. The poison is to hear this, and think. So that's the secret. Do all this work, and you'll finally get the hot girls. To make the freedom a strategy for the validation. To do the reset and the rebuild and the healing as a more sophisticated, more patient tactic for winning the exact verdict you were always chasing. And I have to tell you, as clearly as I have told you anything in this book, if you do that, it will not work, because it is not real. It is the neediness wearing its cleverest disguise yet. The disguise of recovery, and the wound will still be there underneath, because you never actually healed it, you just found a longer road to the same courthouse. The freedom cannot be a means to the validation. The freedom has to be the actual goal, wanted for itself. Or it isn't freedom, it's just a patient man's version of the same disease. You cannot heal in order to get the girl. You have to heal in order to be free, full, stop, and then, maybe, as a side effect you are no longer allowed to care about, the girl comes. And the proof, the only proof that you actually healed, instead of just running a longer con on yourself, is what happens in your chest when the validation finally arrives. If it means the whole world to you, you didn't heal. You just got the drug at last. If it's nice and real and pleasant and does not run you, does not complete you, does not mean the whole world, then you're free. And the attention is just a nice thing that happens sometimes to a man who is already okay. And that is exactly what it was for me. And I want to describe the feeling precisely because it is the destination of this entire book. A woman, a genuine Sophia, the kind 14-year-old me would have reorganized his entire life around, was into me, clearly, and we spent an evening together, and I noticed something as it was happening that moved me almost to tears, quietly in the middle of it. The part of me that would have been enslaved by this, the part that for 20 years would have made this woman's approval the whole meaning of my existence, That part was just quiet. Present but quiet. I enjoyed her. I found her interesting where she was interesting, and I noticed, honestly, where we didn't actually connect, because I was seeing her, an actual person, instead of a trophy. And a trophy has no flaws, because it isn't real, but a person does. And I could see hers and mine, clearly. And when the evening was over, I felt a clean, warm, ordinary gladness, and no desperation about whether it would continue. No checking my phone for her reply, no staking of my worth on her interest, because my worth was not on the table. It was where it belonged now, in my own chest, and hers to take or leave without touching it. The verdict I had starved for my entire life had finally been delivered. The beautiful woman had finally chosen the boy from the wall, and it landed on a man who was already okay without it, and so it was lovely, and it was not everything, and that right there, the attention arriving and not meaning the whole world, is the single sweetest and freest feeling I have ever known, and it is available to you, and it is so much better than the thing you're currently chasing that there aren't words. Because here is what freedom actually did to my desire, and it's the last thing I need you to understand about women on the far side. When the validation hunger cleared out, my actual wanting became visible for the first time, and it turned out I'd never been able to see it before because the hunger had been standing in front of it the whole time. I discovered that some of the Sophias, the ones the wound had told me were everything, I actually felt nothing real, for once the trophy shine wore off, because there was no genuine compatibility there never had been, I had just needed the win. And I discovered that women I would have dismissed at 30 because they didn't serve the verdict, I could now genuinely want, as people because I was finally seeing people instead of scoreboards. My standards did not lower. That's the thing the bitter men get wrong, and the thing I need you to hear. Healing does not mean settling. My standards clarified. They became mine, actually mine, based on who a woman was, and how it felt to be with her, and whether we genuinely fit, instead of the wound's standards, which had only ever been about whether winning her would heal 14-year-old me. I got my own desire back, uncorrupted, and a man with his own real desire, freed from the hunger for a verdict, is a man who can finally love, actually love, a real woman, for who she is, which is the one thing the starving man can never do, because the starving man isn't looking for a woman, he's looking for a cure, and you cannot love a cure, you can only consume it. Let me be honest about where that leaves me, because I promised you in the preface no fairy tale, and this is where I keep that promise. I am 35, and I am single, and I told you I would not end this book with, and then I met the perfect woman, and she completed me. Because that ending is a lie, it's the same disease with a bow on it. A man completed by a woman is just a man who found a nicer place to keep his empty chair. I date. I'm open. I meet women now as a whole man, meeting other whole people. And it's good, and sometimes it goes somewhere and sometimes it doesn't. And I want a real partnership, and I believe I'll build one with someone real on the solid ground I finally stand on. But I'm not waiting for her to arrive and turn the lights on, because the lights are already on. I turn them on myself. And that is the entire difference between the man I was and the man I am. The old me was a dark house waiting for a woman to bring the light. The new me is a lit house that would be glad of company. And a woman can feel which house she's walking into, always. And everyone wants to come into the lit one, and no one ever wanted to move into the dark one, which is the cruel joke I lived for 20 years. That the very neediness with which I chased the light was the thing keeping the house dark. So that is, women on the far side, wanting instead of needing, attention that comes and is welcome and is not the whole world, desire that's finally mine. A lit house. It is everything the boy at the wall actually wanted, underneath the verdict he thought he wanted, and it could only be had by giving up the chase entirely, which is the paradox at the heart of this whole thing, and the reason it's so hard to explain to a man still starving. The only way to get it was to stop needing it, and you cannot stop needing it as a trick to get it. You can only stop needing it for real, and then it's yours, and by then you almost don't care, and the almost not caring is the freedom, and the freedom is the prize, and it was never, ever the girl. Let me bring us home. Let me tell you what the quiet is like on the other side, and leave you with the first thing to do tonight. Chapter 20. The quiet. Let me tell you what the other side is actually like, because you have earned a clear picture of the destination, and because it is quieter and more ordinary and more precious than anything the machine ever promised me. But do not mistake this quiet for softness, because I did not arrive here by being soft, and neither will you. I clawed here. I got here by getting brutally honest when honesty was humiliating, by taking total ownership when blame was easier and more comfortable, by treating my own cravings as an enemy and my own comfort as a liar, by doing hard, unglamorous, unwitnessed work for months with no applause and no guarantee, while a machine and a wound and the entire soft chorus of the world told me to relax, be myself, and wait for love. I did not wait. Waiting is just what the trapped man calls hoping. I fought. And I want you to fight, and I want you to be a little angry. Honestly, angry enough to move, because a man who is comfortable in this trap never leaves it, and if it takes bitterness at the machine, at the lie you were sold, at the wasted years, at the whole rigged and unfair arrangement of it, to finally get you up off the floor, then be bitter, and use it, and burn it as fuel. Just do not build a house there. The far side is not bitterness. The far side is quiet. But the only road to it runs straight through a fight you have to actually be willing to have. I wake up now, and I do not reach for anything. The phone is in the kitchen, where it has slept for a long time, and the first 90 seconds of my day belong to me, to the light through the window, to the slow surfacing of my own thoughts. And I lie there for a minute in my own life before I let the world in. And that alone, that one reclaimed minute, is worth more than every notification I ever chased. I check my phone a handful of times a day now, for actual reasons. And I want to tell you that the last time one of those screen time reports loaded, the number was not 340. It was a number a normal person has, a number so small I don't think about it, and the machine that used to run my nervous system now sits in my pocket like what it always should have been, a tool, boring, useful, mute, with no more power over my sense of my own worth than a hammer has. I taste my food. I told you about the coffee, the first one that was finally just a coffee, and I want you to know it stuck, that I can sit in a cafe now for no reason but that I like the cafe, and drink the coffee for no reason but that I like the coffee, and not scan the room for a verdict, because I am not for sale in that market anymore. I withdrew myself from it, and the relief of that, of walking through the world, no longer auditioning for every woman in every room, is a lightness I did not know was possible. I do things for their own sake now which the starving man could never do. I have friendships where I am actually known, where I have shown the worst of myself and not been left. And my family has me back, my mother said so. In her sideways way, she said, not long ago, doing the dishes again. There you are. I can see you again. There you are, 4 words, and they undid something 20 years in the making. I am bored sometimes now, and I want to tell you that I have come to treasure it, because it is the strangest luxury of the far side. For 20 years I could not be bored for 4 seconds without reaching to fill it, and now I can sit in an empty evening with nothing happening and no one texting, and let the emptiness just be there, and out of that emptiness, reliably, comes something, a thought, an idea, a want, a piece of a self that only ever surfaces in unfilled quiet, and I have written some of the best things I've ever built, and had some of the truest realizations of my life in those empty hours I used to flee. The capacity to be bored turned out to be the capacity to have an inner life at all, and I had traded it away for a screen, and I got it back, and I would not trade it again for anything the machine could offer. And I have to tell you about Saul, because I owe him the end of his own thread. I told him a while into all this, sitting in the same kind of hallway where he'd first handed me the map, that he'd probably saved my life with one sentence about starving it and building something in the space. And he did the soul thing, he waved it off, and then he said something I've kept. I didn't give you anything. I just told you it was possible. You have to want to be free more than you want to be comforted, and most men, when it comes down to it, would rather be comforted. You wanted free. That was all you, and I think that's the truest thing anyone said to me in the whole journey, because it puts it back where it belongs on the wanting. You have to want to be free more than you want the next hit of comfort, and that is a choice available to you right now, tonight, no matter how deep you are, because I was as deep as it goes and the choice was still there. Waiting, the way it's waiting for you. Let me give you the honest accounting, because I promised you no fairy tales, and I won't start now at the end. It cost me a great deal. It cost me the better part of 2 decades, my 20s and half my 30s, spent chasing a verdict that was never going to close a wound it couldn't reach. It cost some good women, the Danas, real people I couldn't receive and in some cases hurt, and I made what amends I could, and I carry the rest. It cost me years of my family, present but absent at the table. That's the bill, and I paid it, and I can't get the years back, and I'm not going to pretend the loss doesn't ache, 'cause it does. But here is the other side of the ledger, and it is the reason I made this for you. I got myself back. I got the boy from the gym wall back, and I want to tell you what happened with him. Because it's the truest thing I know. I went back for him, not with affirmations, not by telling him he was handsome. I went back, and I sat down next to him against that cold wall, and I told him the truth. It was never your face. It was never your face. And it was never that you weren't enough, and it was never that you needed to be chosen to be worth something. You handed your worth to people who couldn't hold it, that's all, and it wasn't your fault. You were 14, and in pain, and you did the best you could, and I'm here now, and I've got it, you can put it down. And he did. After 20 years, he put it down, and the man who's talking to you now is the man who finally went back and carried that boy home. I called this last chapter The Quiet, and I want to tell you what the quiet actually is, because it's the whole prize, and it's not what you'd expect. It is not that nothing happens, that life goes gray and still. It's the opposite. The quiet is what's left when the screaming stops. For 20 years there was a sound underneath everything in my life, a constant low scream of need, the hunger to be chosen, the reaching, the checking, the wanting the verdict. So loud and so constant that I didn't even know it was there, the way you don't hear a refrigerator until it stops. And one day, a while into the far side, it stopped, and into the silence where the screaming had been, came everything the screaming had been drowning out. The taste of the coffee, the light in the morning, my mother's face, my friend's laugh, the pleasure of hard work, the simple animal peace of a man who is okay, right now, as he is, needing nothing from anyone to prove it. That's the quiet. It's not emptiness. It's the fullness you couldn't hear before, and it was there the whole time, underneath the noise, waiting for you to turn the machine off long enough to notice it. So now I'm going to talk directly to you, the specific one, the man who has been listening to all of this with a phone in his hand, who has maybe checked it twice during this very chapter, who feels the phantom buzz right now, who recognized himself in the bathroom floor and the green dot and the boy at the wall. I know you're there. This whole book was a letter to you. And I'm not going to send you off with the whole program, because the whole program is overwhelming when you're still in it, and overwhelmed men do nothing. I'm going to give you one thing to do tonight. Just one. Tonight, when you go to sleep, leave the phone in another room. That's it. Buy a cheap alarm clock if you need one, or just leave it, and let the first 90 seconds of tomorrow morning belong to you instead of to the machine. It is a tiny thing, and it is not a tiny thing, because it is the first brick. It is you taking back the single most important 90 seconds of your day, and it is a promise made to yourself and kept, which is the first deposit in the account we talked about, the account that eventually fills the chair. Do that one thing tonight, and tomorrow, when the first urge comes, don't fight it and don't obey it. Just notice it and name it. This is a wave, and let it pass once, just once, and feel it fall on its own. And you will have proof in your own body that you are not its slave. One night without the phone in the room, one urge surfed. That's the whole beginning. Everything else in this book grows from those two small acts, repeated, and I promise you as a man who was exactly where you are and is now where I am, that it works, that it is real, that the quiet is on the other side, and it is waiting for you. And do not wait to feel ready, because ready is a feeling the machine will never let you have. Do not wait until you understand it all, because you already understand more than enough. Understanding was never the missing piece. We buried that idea a long time ago. Do not wait for the perfect Monday, the fresh start, the clean slate, because those are just the delete reinstall cycle wearing the costume of hope. Start tonight badly, imperfectly, scared, with the one small act, because the whole thing, the entire road out of 20 years in the dark, is built out of one small act done tonight and then again tomorrow, and the man who starts badly tonight beats the man who plans to start perfectly next week, every single time. Because next week is where this addiction has kept you living your whole life, always about to change, always starting soon, and soon is the machine's favorite word because soon never comes. Tonight comes. Tonight is the only thing that ever actually comes. Start tonight, and I'll leave you with the thing I most want you to carry, the answer to the question we started with, the one that felt so deep and was really the bars of the cage. You kept asking what's wrong with you. And after everything, here is the answer, the real one. And I want you to hear it in the voice of a man who spent 20 years asking it about himself and finally found out nothing. Nothing is wrong with you. There was never anything wrong with you. You are not broken. You are not ugly. You are not too much or too little. You do not need to be fixed or improved, or finally chosen to be worth something. You just gave the gavel away. A long time ago, when you were young and hurting, you handed the judgment of your own worth to people who were never qualified to hold it and could never give you a verdict that would last. And you've been standing in their courtroom ever since, waiting to be told you're okay. And all you have to do, all any of us ever had to do, is walk out of that courtroom and go home and sit down in the chair that was yours the whole time and pick up the gavel and rule, at last, in your own favor. Nobody can do it for you. and nobody can stop you. It was always yours. Go home. The quiet is waiting.